Well, good evening, everyone. Happy Friday to everybody. How are you doing? I saw the estimates going on in the chat. I saw you guys. I think what were the outside odds? 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 13 minutes, something like that. We're gonna try and be on time. Yep. So, what are you guys doing? How was your week? Let me hear all about it. For those of you joining, please go ahead, like the stream. It does help. I'm remembering to do this earlier and earlier now. So please hit the like button. Very much appreciate it. Brings some traffic to the channel because we've got some stuff to talk about tonight. A couple of Supreme Court cases. And when I have a Supreme Court case that I have to talk about, there's nobody I like talking about that Supreme Court case with more than this individual here. Hey, Kurt.
Hello.
I heard that you're not feeling so hot, so we're going to keep your attendance this evening a little short and sweet.
Yeah. Well, I thought I'd make an appearance because, Supreme Court. It's like I can muster out a half hour to discuss Supreme Court.
Yeah. Because honestly, some not surprising decisions, but the right call.
And fortunately, both decisions that I assume we're going to talk about today were much simpler, at least to me, than the Andy Warhol case where my brain melted. So no brain melting this week.
None.
So that was nice.
None. We actually have logical, well thought through opinions.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
And unanimous at that.
I know.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh. Anyways, what are you guys doing? What are you guys drinking? Where are you tuning in from? Let me hear from you guys in the chat. We got Stacy coming in, giving some good wishes to you, Kurt. Hope you're feeling well. Oh, I know it flew by. There it goes. Hope you're feeling better. I do too. Kurt had a little bout of food poisoning.
Yeah.
Never fun.
No.
The only good thing about food poisoning is it usually dissipates within about 24 hours. So you'll be right as rain tomorrow. Debbie has some raspberry vodka and Sprite with her wings in South Carolina. Chicken wings are always great. Holy bananas, there's already 100 gifted memberships. I'll have to pull those up in a minute. That's amazing. Hey, Rob in the chat. Wow, Kurt just popped in. Hand waving. Hi, DSN. Hi, Kurt. Everyone's waving. Why is my computer doing the things it doesn't like to do? Come on, you can catch up, computer. Pepsi in South Jersey. Peanut butter whiskey and Sprite. Ange Torres was one of the gifted memberships. Thank you, Ange. Very much appreciated it. Dang, now I want pizza. Fridays are always the best for pizza. Hello, Robin Kurt from South Carolina. Feel better soon, Kurt. Indeed. I hope he does. He will. He'll be great. Bridget, here in Fairfax, drinking red wine. Red wine is always the appropriate choice. That is always a good Friday night beverage. Having some sweet tea in Virginia. That's fantastic. Scotland, it's a wee small hours here. May do a replacement crew later. That's fine. Replay crew, to the replay crew, we love you. If you are on replay, make sure you leave a comment. Let me know you're here. And like the stream. It's very much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Water, Central California. Ginger tea. So Mindy is telling you need ginger tea to help the stomach.
So yeah, that's a good call. Ginger is a nice soothing agent for the stomach.
Yeah, very much. Serenity. Oh no, tuning in from bed in Perth with pain meds. Dental work went wrong. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh dear.
I guess we're gonna try and keep the laughs down. I don't know that we're gonna succeed in some of that, but we'll do our best to make your day a little bit better, hopefully. Coffee in Arkansas. I have to work tonight. I'm sorry about that, but glad you're here. Plain water here, the other side. There's no shame in plain water. Plain water's great. Nothing wrong with that.
Water is underrated.
Dr. Pepper. It is, and people don't drink enough of it. That's actually a reminder to the chat. If you have not had water today, go get a glass of water. Because I'm guaranteeing you there's at least a percentage of the chat who has not had any water today and is going, water, that might be nice. Do that. So do that. Let's see. Water in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's fantastic. Long Island iced tea in sunny California. That's a great place to have one and a great beverage to have. Caesar in Canada. We have a wild Canadian probably going to pop in at some point in time. He had a trip back from Scotland. So he's got to fill us in on that. Yay, Kurt's here. So smart, explains things so well that I can understand the nuances. Kurt, I got to tell you, last week, the Warhol explanation, the number of people who reached out and said, thank you for explaining that. And Kurt did an amazing job. It was awesome. So
thank you.
Very, very much appreciate the way you explained that.
I really appreciate it, because that was certainly, to my mind, one of the more legally complex cases. So trying to understand that and be able to explain it in a way that makes sense to people is very, very validating. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank
I was
you.
really glad that you did that. I actually need to clip that out and put that up as a separate video to try and give people a resource to explain, because it was such a good discussion and explanation, because the implications were pretty massive.
Yep.
Snoopykins coming with a super chat. Hi from Utrecht,
Sure.
Netherlands. Just wanted to thank you and the community for the well wishes last week. Well wishes to continue. They always do. Currently awake at 2 a.m. due to nerve pain, but working through it with the help of you all awesome people. That's awesome. So it's not awesome you're going through it, but it's awesome that you have the help of the community that's around you. So glad to have you here, and I hope you feel better soon. My normal CNC coffee and crochet during FNF here in North Carolina. That's fantastic. Peppermint tea is soothing to the stomach. Also, another good recommendation. Peppermint tea is fantastic. Let's see if we can't get caught up here a little bit. Susan, thank you for the super chat. Blue Moon and Hot Wings. Ooh, that sounds really good. Pepsi in York, Pennsylvania. That sounds good too. All you guys are just hanging out. Let's see. Elizabeth, thank you for the super chat. On average, 80% of the population is dehydrated at any given time. I'm going to say something at the risk of offending some of the chat. I would be willing to wager the stats on the sex of the individuals that are dehydrated, just based on past experience, might lean a little more heavily towards the female population as being more dehydrated than the males. In my experience, a lot of them tend to just forget water. Like guys forget food. I forget to eat all the time, but I never forget to drink water because I get a headache like nothing else. Drink my water today. Now I have a mega pint of Jack Daniels and Coke. That's fantastic.
Oh yeah, they have that new pre-made Jack Daniels and Coke.
Is it any good?
I don't know. I haven't had it yet, but yeah, they have officially branded with Coca-Cola now from pre-made, so that's cool.
I see a parallel, Jen. I'll get that clipped out, and I'll try to put that up as a separate video, because honestly, these streams get a little long and I don't expect people to watch them, but there was some really good educational content last week. Jan, thank you for coming in with super chat. Hey, Rob and everyone. Hope everyone is good. Glad our elven friend made it back from my shore. I was glad you were a phenomenal host from all that I've heard, as well as everyone there. So I was very, very, very glad. I'm afraid of drinking water. I can't explain it. Mary Jane, why? I don't understand that, but I do get just not drinking
Isn't
water.
that a symptom of rabies?
I don't know. I hope it's not. Well, I hope that's not the reason why you're afraid of drinking water.
No, well, yeah, well, don't worry. If you've gotten to the point of the rabies where you have the fear of drinking water problem, don't worry. You won't have that problem for much longer.
Oh, it's that level. Okay. So no, you're not there. I'm hoping not. Thank you, Mary Jane. Really not Sarah. This is a good question. Michelle Holbrook, when is Lawyers and Dragons starting back? You see the shirt? I'm wearing Gaming Dino. Lawyers and Dragons starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. It starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Richard Hoag's channel. So tonight, we're going to try and keep this to like under 3 hours. False. I'm going to set a goal for 3 hours, and we're going to see what we can do. But yeah, so tomorrow at 10 a.m. and then I'll be on with Rick Hoag from Hoag Law, Alita from Legal Bites, Ian from Runkle of the Bailey, David from Prototopics, myself, and then throughout the season we're going to have some guest appearances. One, Kurt from Uncivil Law played a infamous character, Blackleaf, in last season, so we're going to see a reappearance, hopefully, of Blackleaf. Alfredo pasta tonight. That's fantastic. Brentwood Chic, excited for L&D tomorrow. Hope you feel better, Kurt. Thank you, Brentwood Chic. Very much appreciated. I drink water every day. I love the water. See, you guys are pushing back, but I'm wrong. I'm just speaking from my own personal experience. That's it. My own personal experience is constantly reminding all of the ladies in my life, mom, sisters, Well, nieces are fine. Nieces always have a bottle of water, but always reminded them to drink water. That's just my experience. See, Stephanie agrees. Thank you, Stephanie. Oh, I didn't know this. We need more water than men. I didn't realize that.
That makes
But
sense.
that would make sense. The neurodivergent counselor, how are you, my dear? Thank you for coming with the super chat already. It's early. Today was full of hyper focus to get the end of year school things done so I can appreciate the reminder to hydrate. Everyone needs to hydrate. Aussie J, I forget both food and water too much all the time. I always forget to eat. It's just a terrible habit. Let's see if we can't get a little caught up here. Oh my gosh, you guys, the chat's moving way too fast. I think I'm going to end up being way behind in just a minute here. You're going to put money down that on the 3 hour stream? No, not a chance. Rob's funny, 3 hours. We're going to see if we can't, because, reasons. And sleep is important, but you know what? Let's see. I don't know. I kept look, when I have a big panel of individuals, so Manders, is Danny supposed to join? When I have a big panel, these chats go like way long, and I would love to get some sleep before Friday or before Lawyers and Dragons. I'm not good in the mornings as it is. So to aid with the delirium, I'm kind of keeping this evening a little bit smaller. So we'll see. Mark Fides. So glad to catch you live for once. Will you be covering the New York Mets Travelers? Oh, the New York and Travelers versus AH at all? Keep up the great work. Also love all you do, Kurt. I have not been covering that. I know that several others have. I know that who else has been covering the Travelers? I think Andrea Burkhart's been doing a really good job on that. Andrea does phenomenal work on all of that stuff, but I know that she's kept up with that. So I'm going to go ahead and say that she's probably a good person to take a look at when you do that. How do I accept the gifted membership? If you see a little gift box at the top of the chat, if you click on that gift box, there will be a little option that says accept gifts, and you can then accept gifted memberships. So we do member streams. I try to do them on Thursdays in the evening from the shop, so I can show you guys what I'm making and working on, and we can have a little chat here and there. Hello, mods and chat and Rob. Thank you, G14 Classified. Thank you to the mods. Thanks to the mods, to all you guys do. You guys help facilitate the community that exists here. So, there we go. Ruger, 9x19. Did you hear about the butcher that backed into the grinder? He got a little behind in his work.
Little rump steak.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming, but that was good. That was pretty good. Always appreciate the humor. Okay. It looks like, let me see here. Courtney Michelle, thank you. First live in a while. Yay. And Kurt, double yay. I agree 1,000%. Snoopykins, sending more love your way. Hope the dental pain subsides. D, the Biblio is a new member. Thank you, D, for joining. Where is our Truffle Hound? Truffle Hound is on a different time schedule. So we'll see if Truffle Hound shows up. He or she, Truffle Hound. I always call it Truffle Hound because I just imagine the avatar is always the hound. So they can show up whenever they so choose. Let's see here. So shall we get into some Supreme Court shenanigans?
Please.
Yes. What do you want? Which case? Which one do you want to talk about first?
Doesn't matter to me. EPA is probably slightly more complicated, but not by much. They're pretty even.
Can we touch on, because I wanted to talk about all three, because the third one is really quick to cover, but has implications that people aren't really thinking about.
What, for Dupre for the guy for the
preservation?
Preservation of issues.
Yeah.
Okay. We can cover Dupre as well. That's pretty awesome. That's fine.
It's a quick one. Let me make sure I've got the zoomy zoom. And it's more just an explanation of the law than anything else, because a lot of people don't understand this. When you talk about appeals being difficult to win, one of the reasons why is the preservation of the issues on appeal. Let me see.
I thought the Supreme Court's analysis made sense. The facts of the case are fairly simple. A prison guard, at least according to the complaint, because this is all based on a complaint, so we don't know what's true in reality. But according to a complaint from a prisoner, there was a guard who got several of his fellow guards to conspire basically to beat up this prisoner and harm him, which then did occur. He sues for the excessive force. The guard says, you didn't exhaust your administrative remedies, so you can't sue me. The district court says, yes, he did. He exhausted his administrative remedies. But that's a pure legal issue, right? There's no facts that turn on that, because there's no dispute as to what he did or did not do in terms of what administrative steps were taken. So they agree as to like what administrative steps. So the only question is the sufficiency of those steps. Are those sufficient? Are those not sufficient? District court says it's sufficient. Fine. But he doesn't, the prison guard doesn't renew that motion after the motion to dismiss. He doesn't renew that motion at the end of the case. He doesn't argue that issue to the jury, which also makes sense, incidentally, because it's a pure legal issue. Why would he? And so the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals said, well, you didn't preserve it because you didn't renew your motion at the end. And the Supreme Court says no, because there was nothing, unlike a judgment notwithstanding the verdict, which is turning on facts, right? In this case, it's a pure judgment of law. The court didn't, or at least shouldn't have learned anything during the trial process that should have changed its judgment. Nothing the court learned during the trial should influence this decision. So unlike an issue where you're saying like sufficiency of the facts, right? There's no factual insufficiency. The facts change because we've had discovery, we've had the trial facts. The facts are different at the end than they are at the beginning. On the pleading stage, all you have is what they say the facts are. By the end of the trial, we've had actual like argument and discovery about the facts. So if you want to move at the start to say insufficiency of facts, you do have to renew that because the factual picture has in fact changed. But the idea is that doesn't apply to the legal issue because the legal picture hasn't changed. Either he exhausted his administrative remedies or he didn't. And nothing that happened during the trial changed that. So therefore, the issue was properly preserved, and therefore the court should consider it as to whether or not the district court was correct or not on the legal issue. So it made sense to me.
It makes sense. The problem is this is a good case. The reason why I wanted to bring it up, it's a good case to explain some of the process of how these appeals get moved. It's not enough in a lot of these appeals to just object once. You don't really object once during the trial and it will preserve the issue for all time. Every opportunity that you have to object, you must reassert that objection or else waive it. And what that leads to is a lot of cases that get kicked out way late in the game because someone like filed a motion at some point to reconsider and might not have listed all of the issues they want reconsidered. Yeah. And then the Supreme Court's like, we can't do anything because you didn't preserve the issue. So this is a way, like, honestly, this is the right decision. It's a shame that it took this long to get here. And that's what we're going to talk about. Kind of, it's a theme with all three of these cases, like right decision. It's a shame it took this long to get here.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a good one just to explain how these appeals work.
Yeah. But I think every lawyer every lawyer would be insane to try to rely on this distinction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because do you really want to bank on, oh, this is really just a pure legal issue? Of course, I don't have to re-argue this because this is pure legal issue. Do you really want to bank on, how sure are you? So I think every lawyer would be very well advised to basically ignore this decision completely and just continue to file their motions and renew their motions at every step of the way, just so they don't have to pull out this thing in reserve. It's like, why argue the reserve argument when I can just avoid the entire issue up front? Take the more conservative course of action.
And this is why this question is really important. This is why this case is important to explain, because it's explaining why a lot of these things get kicked out. So Tracy talks a lot. I'm lost. I'm a prisoner, was attacked and suing the guard who ordered it. And then I'm lost. What's the preserving the issue and why is it important? Here's the thing. If you don't constantly object to that particular issue or to a finding, at some point in litigation, you are deemed to have acquiesced or kind of accepted that fate. You have accepted that disposition and it's no longer a part of your continuing objection. So it can go 3 courts down the road. And if you have not preserved that objection, you don't get to raise it then because it hasn't been briefed at every single stage. It could have been resolved way earlier. So it's a big issue for a lot of these appeals. But I think I agree with Kurt. Like, you don't ever want to rely on one of these cases to save your ass.
No, this is something has gone wrong, backup plan. But if you just preserve the issue anyway, you don't have to worry about it. So
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right. And now I promised the chat, because we didn't even swoop with that one. So we're gonna do a double swoop. We're gonna do old swoop, new swoop. Old swoop, new swoop. Double swoop. So next Supreme Court case.
Mhm.
This is great. You want to do Texas? Texas is perfect. This is great.
This one drove me even more nuts than the EPA one. I think this one is even more effed up than the EPA one. That's how bad I hate this case.
This case,
I mean, it was correctly decided, but what the state did, and rather, go ahead.
So here's the disposition of the case.
Yeah.
So Geraldine Tyler
Mm-hmm.
owned a condominium in Hennepin County, Minnesota, that accumulated about 15. There's a Hennepin County in Texas, isn't there? Dang it!
Yep.
It was Texas.
There's lots of places.
15,000 in unpaid real estate taxes, along with interest and penalties. So she didn't pay her taxes. The county then seized the condo and sold it for $40,000.
Yep.
Now, here's the problem.
Yeah.
She owed $15,000.
Yep.
The county sold it for $40,000.
Yep.
And then the county's like,
how much does that leave? Zero.
The 25,000.
40,000 minus 15,000 is zero.
That's now ours. What?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, that's
this. Like, I get it. The county has the right to seize the property and sell it to try and recover their loss. They have look, the federal government, the county government, the state government, they are always going to build in methods to enforce their own taxes. And oftentimes they are really harsh. Like, hey, if you fall behind, we're going to take your stuff and sell it to recover our losses. But you don't get to sell it and take the profit. Like, you're not in an enterprise to profit.
Right.
So Tyler filed suit alleging the county had unconstitutionally retained takings clause. Yes, Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
Oh,
and the Fifth Amendment fine clause, which is also good too. Yeah.
They had unconstitutionally retained the excess value of her home above her tax debt in violation of the takings clause of the Fifth Amendment and the excessive fines clause of the Eighth Amendment.
District court says 40,000 minus 15,000 is zero. We see no problem with that. Court of Appeals says 40,000 minus 15,000 is zero. We also see no problem with that.
Like, I don't get this. This should have resolved it right there. Takings clause. You can't take someone's property. You don't get the profit. You don't get the increased value of that house. That's a property interest. You have to give just compensation for that. That's literally, it's the Fifth Amendment, which is made applicable to the states through the 11th? 14th. Yeah. Why did I say 11th?
I have no clue.
Virginia 11th Amendment is that's why I say that, because that's yeah. So Tyler, then this court dismissed. Like, you don't say to claim. Are you kidding?
Oh, I loved where the state said that she didn't have standing because she abandoned her property. I thought that was just like the most ballsy thing that someone to try. I'm like, wow. By not paying taxes on her property, she abandoned it. Wow. Who thought about that one? Who said that with a straight face?
Which attorney general is sitting there arguing that? Like, oh no, we just figured they didn't pay taxes, so they didn't care about the property, or the fact that it increased in value, so this is ours now. What? So this is like, how is this? This is 2023.
Yep, it's current year.
How is this sentence like groundbreaking? Tyler's claim that the county illegally appropriated the 25,000 surplus constitutes a classic pocketbook injury suffered sufficient to give her standing.
Yeah, they took my money. That's a harm. You could solve it by giving me the money back. That's a remedy. Sounds like you have standing in me.
It just, even if there are debts on her home, as the county claims, Tyler still plausibly alleges a financial harm. You don't get to say that we're going to keep the stuff because there's other debts. You're the county. You got your money back. You don't get to just hold the profits.
Yeah. And what's so infuriating about this is every state treats it this way for private relationships, because there's these thing called secured transactions, which I believe is UCC 9, right? So you take out a loan for a car. The loan is secured against the car. You take out a loan to buy a house. We call it a mortgage. The loan is secured against the house. You are a manufacturer. You want to buy some really expensive industrial equipment. You take out a loan to buy the industrial equipment. The loan is secured against the industrial equipment. So if you're a private party and they default on the loan, one of the remedies you have is to take the stuff, because that's what makes it secured. It's secured against the property. They take your car, they take your home, they take your industrial machinery, great, and then they have to sell it in a commercially reasonable way, which typically means auction.
Yep.
And then if there's excess money, they have to give it back.
They have to.
It's in the UCC. So like that's how we deal it with private parties. This is not a novelty. If you bought a car, at $60,000 and, you got a loan and you were paying it off for a while and maybe you ran out of money or you lost your job or something, right? So you stopped paying your car loan. So, and you owe $15,000 on the car, and they take it to auction and the car sells for $40,000. You bought it for 60, but now it's worth 40 because of depreciation. So they sold the car for 40,000. You owe 15. Guess what? Bank's going to write you a check for $25,000. So I hard.
Al Fliggins, how much did it cost to get her to this point? Here's the thing. I think the attorneys in this case were probably paid by someone else, because when you have, the other thing is
$2 million minimum would be what this would be.
Yeah. But the problem is, this is one of the benefits of having these law firms that are watchdogs.
Yeah.
Because they see a case and they're like, oh no, this could have really, really big problems if this doesn't get fixed right here.
Yep.
And they jump in to take cases like this.
Yeah.
It is just wild to me. Because here's the thing, and I have this come up in the bankruptcy case that I handle, where you have someone who has a house they want to sell, and they go and they choose to sell that house. Well, that house might have recorded liens on it. And when the company, or when you go to sell it, the money goes to escrow. It essentially gets held by a title company and distributed. But if there are superseding liens on the property, those liens have attachment rights to the value of the property if there are existing liens. So the escrow company has to pay the money out to those pre-existing property rights that have attached that property already.
Yeah.
If they have attached it, they have to pay that out first before they can pay to you.
Now I'm having bad nightmares from law school. It's about secure transactions, about priority of secured interests.
Yeah,
I'm going through the list in my mind. I'm having bad flashbacks.
This is not that. This is basically Hennepin County, Minnesota, saying, nah, we're going to hang on to this because you might have creditors and we're going to hang on to it. We don't know, but we might hang on to it. So, yeah. Tyler has stated a claim under the takings clause because which provides that private property shall not be taken for public use without just compensation. Whether the remaining value from a tax sale is property protected under the taking clause depends on state law, traditional property law principles.
Yeah.
Those state laws an important source of property rights. It cannot be the only one, because otherwise a state could just sidestep. Then this is a good point too. Yeah. Sidestep the taking clause by disavowing traditional property interests.
Hey, you know how you thought you had an ownership right in your house? We decided that that's not property at all anymore. So we didn't take property because it's not property.
Exactly. And this is the problem with states that right now are trying to redefine what property interests are, whether they're intellectual property, whether they are physical property. For example, there are certain, let's use the Canada example. Canada just passed a law that basically said, if you own a gun and at some point in time you die, that gun becomes our property and we dispose of it. You don't get to do that in the United States without violating the takings clause. You have to compensate them for the property that you have taken out of their hands and are now destroying.
I like that. Take away your right to devise it in a will so it automatically escheats. That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. That's a cool idea. We'll just call it a death tax. Your death tax is your guns.
Where are they? Like one of the only countries that has a death tax. Don't get me started on that one. So, yes, history and precedent dictate that while the county has the power to sell it, it couldn't use the tax debt to confiscate more property than it was due.
Wow. Deep thoughts.
Amazing.
Wow.
Doing so affected a classic taking in which the government directly appropriates private property for its personal use.
I feel like we could have gone a group of 9 kindergartners to write this decision. This is pretty basic shit.
Kind of like you're sitting on a playground, like, that's my toy. Well, no, not anymore. Now it's my toy. Well, you can't take my toy.
It's not a toy at all, Rob.
It's not a toy.
I'm going to go play with it.
Toy was. God, man, this is just ridiculous. Look. Let me hear. Here's the thing. When the Supreme Court says this,
when the Supreme Court cites the Magna Carta,
so here's
things are not going well.
This is things are going horribly. So the principle that a government may not take from a taxpayer more than she owes is rooted in English law and can trace its origin at least back as far as the Magna Carta. Wow. District court judge.
Dude, that's like you've just fucked up all of common law. Wow.
Everything. Like you did not pass first grade. You go back, like retake all these classes again. From the founding, the new government of the United States could seize and sell only so much of a tract of land as may be necessary to satisfy the taxes due thereon. Well, look at the citation. Act of July 14th, 1798, Section 13.
And the more importantly is the first number of stat. I like that. 1. It's volume 1.
Volume 1.
Volume 1. That's how far back it goes.
Like this new government, volume 1. What's really important? Well, there's a lot of
that's
things.
The statute. That's the statutes at large. That's the statutes at large. So that's all the laws that Congress has passed. So this is literally page 601 of volume 1 of all the laws that Congress has passed ever. The 601st page. Shit, dude. Wow. That's how much you're effing this up.
So 601 pages of statutes, like these are handwritten, by the way, back then.
Oh yeah.
This could very likely be like the 12th statute they wrote.
Oh, sure. If that.
So yeah. 10 states adopted similar statutes around the same time. The consensus that the government cannot take more property than was owed held true through the ratification of the 14th Amendment. So basically it was like, hey, just in case you didn't really realize that this applied to you, we also formalized it when we passed this really cool amendment called the 14th Amendment. This applies to you.
Which, somehow you keep forgetting, but,
I could not believe. And then they go back to say
note here, it's like, if a bank forecloses, the state law entitles the homeowner to surplus. It sure does.
Yep.
It sure does. If they seize your house, the bank seizes your house to pay your mortgage. If the car company seizes your car to pay the car loan, if the industrial thing seizes your industrial equipment to pay that loan, you're entitled to the surplus. It sure are.
Well, here's what's funny about this. The court basically says, look, you failed in understanding jurisprudence from the Magna Carta. Here's like the first volume of statutes that was ever passed.
Ever.
Also, you failed to interpret your own state law. So we're going to give you the whole
We can't help noticing when it comes to all other property contexts that you do it this particular way. But you're a special someone for special reasons, I'm sure. This is so dumb.
It's amazing. This is just, it's scary. This woman.
And then I love C so much. It's so ballsy. The court rejects county's argument Tyler had no property interest surplus because she constructively abandoned her home by failing to pay taxes. What absolute BS bollocks that is.
Can you imagine making that argument?
Someone said that to the Supreme Court with a straight face? Holy shit.
That's what I mean. Can you imagine making that argument? Like,
because I have integrity, Rob.
I can't. If a DA or attorney general came to me and said, look, I want you to argue this particular notion of law, that by failing to pay their taxes, they effectively abandoned They voluntarily relinquished any claim they might have in their own effing property. Not to, I mean, we're going to forget the fact that they didn't transfer title voluntarily.
Wasn't she living there at the time? That's kind of a clue that maybe she didn't abandon it.
Yep. So
she
we're not
abandoned it, even though she's living in it. That's
occupying
that's
it, living in it, still on the title, still using it.
Yeah,
so,
great.
Yeah, abandonment requires the surrender or relinquishment of it or disclaimer of all rights in the property.
Yep.
Forfeiture law is not concerned about the taxpayer's use or abandonment of the property, only her failure to pay taxes. Yes, because it's only trying to recover the taxes. That's why it's there. It is there to recover the taxes.
So wait a second. Wait, no, if it's true that she abandoned her property, but she's still living in it, is she adversely possessing from herself?
Oh God! Now you're getting it. So if she's there for 20 years or whatever the state statute is, she is now adversely possessed it back from the government.
How's that
work? She's adversely possessed it back from the government. And wouldn't that be, not subject to the claims existing thereon because adverse possession?
Because it's governmental property now, so you can't adverse possession against the government. I love these questions because they're so stupid.
These are great.
These are incredibly stupid questions.
So of course Roberts keeps this opinion to himself. Unanimous court. What did Gorsuch concurred and Jackson? That was what I wanted. So there was an article I read. I want to get to this in a second. So Roberts delivers the opinion of the court. So Roberts is I have made my opinions known about Chief Justice John Roberts. They are not favorable.
Yeah.
Yeah, he picks and chooses what opinions he wants to author or just way too motivated in preserving his own integrity rather than making the right call.
Yeah,
drives me.
Maybe he's getting better.
I don't think so.
Fair.
He's getting worse. In my opinion, he's getting worse. He's getting worse.
That's probably more realistic, yeah.
Because his dissenting opinions are becoming more attacky and less reasoned. Like he attacks for dumb reasons. So he delivers the opinion because when you are in the majority and so it goes by, Kurt explains its seniority. So essentially if the majority of the justices,
so the most senior justice in the majority assigns the opinion. So since Robert's in the majority because it's unanimous, he would assign the opinion. So he gets to choose. And he picked himself.
Senior except for the chief. The chief is always going to be senior.
Yeah, So it's who's ever been there the longest, except the chief, who's definitionally most senior, regardless of time served, because they're the chief. So
now I want to zoom real quick because I want to see this concurring opinion.
Same thing for the dissenting opinion, by the way. So same thing, the most senior person in the dissenting would assign it to one of their own.
I don't want to make people dizzy while I zoom through this because did you read the concurring opinion?
No. Just read the head notes because, I got the gist.
I want to read this because I want to read at least the beginning of this because there's an article I saw that actually is confusing to me, but makes sense because we've had this discussion before. So Justice Gorsuch, with whom Justice Jackson joins, first of all, who had this on their bingo card?
Yeah.
The court reverses the Eighth Circuit's dismissal of Tyler's suit and holds she's possibly allegedly a violation. I agree. Given the takings clause holding, whether the Eighth Circuit committed any further error when it dismissed Ms. Tyler's claim under the Eighth Amendment excessive fines clause, even a cursory review of the district court's excessive fines analysis, which Eighth Amendment adopted as, quote,
well-reasoned. Oof.
Nice. Nice. Oh,
the Eighth Circuit said it was well reasoned, and the Supreme Court disagrees with you unanimously. Wow. And then by citing Magna Carta, so your well-raised opinion is bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then they put it in quotes. They adopted as well-reasoned, reveals it contains mistakes future lower courts should not be quick to emulate. Oh, this is great. It's like, lower courts, to the extent the opinion wasn't made clear to you in the actual opinion, here's a concurring opinion that says, tread carefully.
Learn how to court better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My gosh. So one of the things that I thought was interesting was, and the reason why I pulled this up is there was an article that I saw today that was actually rather fascinating, and I hadn't had the chance to read it, but I was wondering if you could offer an opinion on it.
Mm.
And I'm not going to keep you forever, buddy. I promise.
Thank you.
Gorsuch Jackson form unusual alliance against government power. So you and I have had chats over the weird cobbling together that we've seen in some of these concurring opinions, like faces that you wouldn't imagine seeing next to each other agreeing on certain principles.
Yeah.
So, like, people are saying the court's broken. And I kind of point to these decisions as being, no, it's not.
Isn't the fact that they're unanimous just kind of a good sign that they're not broken? That like, and also incidentally, I don't know if this is true like now, but I remember looking it up at least a couple of years ago, and unanimous opinions from the Supreme Court were, I think, 55 or 60% of all opinions were unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
So what you hear about is 5-4, but that's never really been true. The majority of opinions are unanimous from the Supreme Court.
7-2, 8-1, 9-0, yeah.
So, yeah.
So this kind of recaps the fact that they combined on this particular opinion, and then court watchers say the respective nominees, and this is a reminder to the people, these are nominees of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They are. But it's one of those things where you see the government overreaching with the strength it has and doing something as egregious as Hennepin County did. And it's going to bring out some interesting, alignments. So I thought it was fascinating. So you've got separate writings, but you also have the back and forth. And so even court watchers are recognizing that the court itself, while fractious on some issues, is really cobbling together some good opinions.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing.
All right. Swoop and then EPA, and then we'll let you chill.
Thanks.
Please tell me you guys caught the Kurt's facial expression. One more time. Oh, it just makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. Let me see if there's any questions. M169, it's terrifying this case. Taxes had to get Supreme Court. Yes, I 1,000% agree. But this is also the case with like 90.
It's so stupid.
Get there.
It's so incredibly stupid.
It's really dumb. The amount
Even my loan shark isn't doing this to me, Rob.
No, because the thing is, your loan shark is like, a loan shark is probably like, well, you really only owe like 120,000. So that's like one knee. That's not two knees. So we're gonna take the baseball bat to one of them because both knees is excessive, and that's just, we don't need both of them.
Yeah. Oh, someone did send me the yodeling pickle finally in the mail, so I got my yodeling pickle. So I can join the yodeling pickle crew.
Lovely. Yep. That's the same. Yep. You can't turn it off. You can't. Hitting the button again doesn't turn it off.
Why would you want to?
Reasons, Kurt. Reasons. M169, thank you. Pacific Legal Foundation represented before the Supreme Court. And yeah, that's what we were talking about. There are these foundations that set up essentially to foster these cases that they think are significant. So Joshua, thank you very much. Having a little FNF party with some friends. Hi, Joshua and friends. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Thank you very much. Just for being Rob and Kurt, love listening to you guys. Thank you very much, Jessica. Very much appreciated.
Yeah. Let's talk about EPA and talk about how stupid this is.
Let's do that. Okay, then this one first. Should we be more concerned about Moffat? So thanks, Moffat, for coming in with this. Moffat's been doing Saturday streams on various financial stuff. It's kind of interesting. So check it out if you can on Saturday. Moffat on money. Should we be concerned that journalists are shocked that justices oppose government theft? I don't know. District court judges are supposed to be, they're federal judges. The amount of times that they just get really, really dumb takes on the law is just shocking to me.
That's why Uncivil Law is pleased to announce his candidacy for U.S. federal judge.
I would
Uncivil
put
Law
you,
will fix it all, no problem.
dude. I'd put you there in a second, to be honest, because you are more impartial at viewing these laws than anybody. Like, I'd put you there in a second if I had the power.
Thank you.
It's ridiculous. Adrian Angevine, drinking iced tea, maybe a Long Island variety. Fantastic
Excellent
choice for you. Major celebration.
Good right about now. I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah, trial for the man who killed my uncle in a car accident was this week. Jury came back guilty involuntary manslaughter in less than an hour. So
okay, well, justice achieved. Excellent.
Justice achieved. Exactly. I'm sorry for the loss of your uncle. You'll never get him back. But when a jury comes back on a decision like that, it's the right decision. It gives the family closure. Hopefully this is the end of a road and you can begin to heal.
Oh yeah, I'll totally fix civil asset forfeiture. I promise. I'll totally fix that too. I've got plans.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
Mark Fittis. It's pronounced Fittis, but spelled S. Great try though. Legal bite struggle too. Thank you, Mark. Truffle Hound, thank you. I heard that joke. I love it. More, please. I'm here just in the middle of a controlled burn on the farm. Need to get this done so I can nap before Lawyers and Dragons. Hey, Kurt, buddy. Waving hand. Hi, Truffle Hound. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for always supporting the channel.
Right.
Rosalind Duke, I sent you more designs. Check your email. I will. I can't do that live.
Rob, I love you. And I don't normally want to impose on you, but I would really like to sign off. So can we do the EPA thing?
We're doing the EPA thing. I'm sorry, Ray. I'm just trying to catch up, but we're doing the EPA.
I understand, but
I know. I really don't want you to hurt.
Thanks.
I appreciate that you wanted to come on and you wanted to hang out, and I love it. And I honestly texted you. I was like, "Are you up for this?" And okay, so Sackett versus EPA.
This case is so done. The Sacketts buy a piece of land in a subdivision that has many tracts of land. The land isn't quite suitable to build a house on in its, original condition because, it's never been built on before. So the land has to be modified a little bit, so it's suitable to build a house on, as one does. So they're going about their life, filling out their land, and they're putting out some extra dirt on this land to, make it even and nice and give themselves a nice level grade. And the EPA comes over here and says, you can't do that because your house is on wetlands. And they're like, but there's no water on this land. But your house is wetland. Yeah. But there's no water on your land. But there's a ditch across the street. So once you pass the street, there's a ditch. And once you go into the ditch, it goes into a brook, that goes into a stream, that goes into a creek, that goes into a river, that goes into a lake. And that lake is part of the waters of the United States. So we control everything all between. Rob, does rain sometimes rain on your house?
It does. And
your house is wetlands. Your house is wetlands, Rob. Because your land gets wet from the rain. And that rain is going to hit your land, and then it's going to travel off your land into a ditch, into a river, into a stream. And so we get to control the raindrops. And also because the raindrops might evaporate with their pollutants and like rain on Europe. So you're creating an international crisis, Rob, from the rain that falls on your land.
The thing is, the Supreme Court is starting to play a game of F around and find out with these administrative agencies.
Yeah.
And well, let me put it this way. The administrative agencies have been playing a game of F around and find out for a long time.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And the EPA in particular with this stuff. Like, I don't know if anyone remembers that scene from Breaking Bad when they were trying to buy the car wash. And they were trying to get the deal done from Bogdan, and so Kim or was it Better Call Saul? Either way, they set him up so that they had someone come out and pretend to be like a water inspector and like, oh yeah, we found the suds on your land. It's a violation of this code, this code, this code, this code. And it's like, other than the fact that he's not really from the government, like that kind of shit happens. They really do that kind of shit. It's like, we're from the EPA and I have the right to control your car wash. So that scene was less ridiculous than you might otherwise expect. The EPA thinks they control anywhere that water goes.
So, and this is the problem here.
So maybe if you're in Death Valley, the government, they don't have jurisdiction, but we're not sure.
So it's all of this stuff like right here. Let's.
Oh yeah, the $40,000 day penalty for not obeying our dictates is also a nice touch. How about $40,000 every single day for not bowing to our will? Great.
That's the problem right there. The EPA class. So here's, for those of you, I'm highlighting some stuff on the screen because honestly, this case gets more ridiculous. Like the synopsis, just astounding.
Yep.
So these two people purchase a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They backfill a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Kurt gave that summary.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about the Clean Water Act turns on this phrase: the waters of the United States.
Yep.
The EPA says,
yep,
we're going to fine you $40,000 per day.
Yep.
Until you remedy this issue. These are private homeowners.
Yeah.
40,000 per day.
Yeah.
And then this part, they classified the wetlands as waters of the United States because they were near a ditch.
Yeah.
That during high rain fed into a creek.
Yeah.
Which
fed
during high rain fed into Priest Lake, which became a navigable intra-state lake. And that last part, I'm surprised they didn't add emphasis there. I was shocked when the EPA suddenly was like, no, we can regulate intrastate lakes.
Well, since when has intrastate not been interstate, Rob?
That's what I mean. The EPA and this opinion should send a very clear signal to everybody in administrative government or administrative organizations. Like, you're playing a game of F around and find out. Yeah. I hope that they can read into the context here, because
there's no chance.
When they say intrastate here, that's like they're taking that last little comma and they're like, this is the next one we're going to go after.
Oh, you think they're going to go after Wickard? How many of my fantasies can come true? How many of my fantasies can come true, Rob?
Like, explain Wickard. So Wickard was basically. Do I have to? No, just brief synopsis. Like, intrastate. Why did the EPA start to and this is what we're talking about. The EPA can regulate. Clean Water Act authorized the regulation of the waters of the United States, which was basically defined as the navigable waters of the U.S. So then they started to expand that scope. They started saying, well, if it runs into a navigable water, it's connected, right? Maybe
the circle of life, it's
the circle.
The bug eats the leaf, it eats the tree, eats the sun, and falls upon the land, and shiny parts, and blah blah blah. Convergence. Okay, great.
So Wickard was a decision.
A butterfly flaps its wing in China. Clean Water Act.
That's Wickard. Wickard was a decision that basically said, even though a state is wholly contained, even though a lake is wholly contained
a guy was growing wheat on his farm in Pennsylvania, I believe his memory serves. He's growing wheat on his farm. All the wheat he grows, he consumes or otherwise uses. He uses all the wheat for his own use and for his pigs or his cows or whatever else. I don't really care. But he uses it all.
Kurt is highlighting no interstate commerce. No interstate commerce.
Yeah. So this guy just has a piece of land where he grows the whole thing, and he's like, so he doesn't sell any of it. And the government says you can't grow that much wheat because it's interstate commerce. And he's like, but it's a piece of land that's wholly within a state because it's a farm, and I'm not selling any of it. So it's intrastate non-commerce. And the government says, well, intrastate non-commerce counts as interstate commerce. 9-0, the Supreme Court agrees. 9-0. I hate it so much. The non-commerce intrastate is interstate commerce. 9-0. Kill me.
So, for example, the federal government and EPA took that ruling and basically said if a lake is wholly located, 100% located within the confines of one particular state, at some point in time, that lake, and I'm not shitting you, the argument that gets made is like evaporation takes the water from the lake, which in certain instances can include pollutants, and goes up into the clouds, and those clouds travel across a state line, and they produce rainfall in another state. Therefore, we, the federal government, have the right to regulate.
Yeah.
And they can extend this to a freaking pond if you can put a boat on it. And that's how they define it. If you can put a boat on it, not if you do, if you can, if you can, like if there's a little, like if you know what is really funny about this, if you were to flood everyone's backyard right now, right, just flood your backyard. I imagine there's a number of backyards of the people that are watching where if you flood it with enough water, you could take a canoe, put it on that, and you could probably paddle across the backyard.
Sure.
Under the EPA's understanding, that's a navigable water that they can then regulate.
Yeah. We're going to have to get the Coast Guard. We're going to have to put up some buoys. We're going to have to teach you a ship shank and the right knots. Is your car have a boating license?
Just amazing. It's amazing. So, of course, district court says summary judgment in favor of the EPA. Ninth Circuit, because of course it's the freaking Ninth Circuit.
Yeah. Which, as long as it has an ecologically significant nexus. What the hell does that mean? It means whatever Kennedy. We want to mean. That's what it means.
That's Kennedy.
Yeah, that sounds like some Kennedy bullshit. Yeah.
Ecologically significant nexus. So, like the clouds thing that I just said.
Yeah.
Like evaporation pulls water into the air. Clouds connect the water to different states. Therefore, that's an ecologically significant nexus. At some point in time, here's the problem. And this is why the EPA keeps playing this game of F around and find out. Because a lot of this goes back to administrative policy and administrative definitions. So they go back and they keep saying, we get to define it. And based on a certain precedent.
There's a case, I can't quite remember its name, Rob.
They wear them on the arms, like when they're sergeants, they wear them. I think they're chevrons. Chevron deference.
It could be close.
One of the worst.
Sounds familiar.
Led to so much administrative bureaucracy that the world has never been able to unsee.
Yeah. How about we get to define how much power we have? How much power do we have, Rob? All of it.
That's what the agency does. And when the agency can say, "Oh no, we can see an ecologically significant nexus," and the agency gets to define, well, look, we did a review and we think it's significant. So court, don't bother. I have a problem with that. A big problem.
I have some hot takes on Chevron too, which I've expressed on a couple of occasions. I can't decide which case between Chevron and Wickard I hate more.
They're just okay.
It might actually be Chevron. At least with Wickard, you at least had an act of Congress, so that was nice.
It's
as
Chevron.
Opposed to an administrative agency making shit up. So it might be Chevron's worse.
Yeah. So Congress, and this is kind of the distinction. So Congress bestows upon EPA the ability to regulate this, quote, waters of the United States, but Congress doesn't define what that means. So the EPA then goes and says, why would Congress do that? Why would they ever do that? Why would you take what's it, 437 of them? What's the number now? House of Representatives? 435. 435.
Yeah.
Why would you take 435 of them and 100 senators and say, sit down and define something? We would never.
Like they have entire offices within Congress that can help with that too.
Exactly.
They don't even need to do it themselves.
So they partition it out and they say, hey, we're going to let you, agency, decide what you want to regulate. Agency's like, cool, I'll regulate everything I want to. And then this wonderful Supreme Court case, by wonderful, I mean asinine, says, it's an encroachment on the power of the executive and the legislature, because the legislature has bestowed upon the executive branch this ability, and we must give the executive deference in their interpretation of the power that Congress gave them, unless Congress speaks otherwise.
Yeah.
Problem is, Congress is great at passing stupid laws. What they're not great at is like seeing that what they did was stupid and going back and fixing it.
Yeah. Why would they have to when those agencies have so much power to fix their mistakes for them?
Porcelain Thunder.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
It kind of is. Like, I'm not joking when I say that either. That's the connection. That's about as much as they need. So here's the holding. The CWA's use of waters refers only to geographical features which are described in ordinary parlance to streams, oceans, rivers, and lakes, and to adjacent.
I like that.
Wetlands.
Water means water.
Water means water.
That's how I interpret that sentence.
That's what it is.
We said water. We meant water.
In ordinary parlance, like when the court says this in ordinary parlance, it basically means like, y'all go back and learn how to read your dictionary, because this is how we mean it. Streams, oceans, rivers, and lakes, and to adjacent wetlands that are indistinguishable from those bodies due to a continuous surface connection. This decision, Rapinos, not a terrible decision. Actually, it was conflicted. It was actually difficult. I don't hate that call. I think they need to revisit it at some point in time to kind of narrow it down. But where a wetland or an area like the marshes in Florida, those clearly have a connection to navigable interstate waters.
Sure.
Because they're constantly full of water. South Carolina, all of the South have these wetlands that exist in perpetuity.
It's very pretty, by the way, as well.
Oh, gorgeous. And there's also logical methods of, there's logic to their regulation of it, because those are estuaries for the feeder fish for the larger fish. Like, there's a connection on several levels to regulate that. Not my backyard, damn it.
Or the ditch, which goes into a stream, which goes into a creek, which goes into the thigh bone's connected to the leg bone. Leg bone's connected to
no, Kurt, that doesn't work, because those are all connected. Those are always connected. They're always connected. These are not. These are like, this is like your thigh bone is sometimes connected to your leg bone. Like, maybe. To assert jurisdiction over an adjacent wetland under the CWA, party must establish first the adjacent body of water constitutes waters of the United States, i.e., oh God, I love this. A relatively permanent body of water connected to traditional interstate navigable waters. Just in case y'all were gonna F this up again. We're gonna go ahead and
what does relatively permanent mean, Rob? I could work around that.
I don't know. But you know what? The EPA they're going to commission a study. They're going to commission a study, and they're going to say that, relatively permanent means that in every year, enough water will fall from the rain or fall from the sky to create a connection for a 24-hour period. They're going to use this to define that. They're going to say relatively permanent means not like existing all the time, but existing over a temporal period. So if we take,
aren't we all really connected, Rob? Aren't we all really connected? I'm 6 degrees away from everyone in the country. Did you see that? Did you see that report? I know it's a little off topic, but did you see the report where the FBI got busted by the FISA court for doing 300,000 illegal warrantless searches in a year? Holy shit. When the FISA court actually released a public opinion about it. How often does the FISA court release a public opinion?
Never. Not very often. Because they're in the FISA court.
Yeah. Shit. Dude. Wow. We have to discuss that maybe next week, because that was some bullshit.
You cannot.
And that's how many times we're willing to count to. Those are the clear numbers. So where are the numbers that are a little bit more tangential? What do you think the real number is? 500,000? 600,000.
I've made this comment when people start citing statistics to me, and I say statistics, like in principle, never lie. However, statisticians constantly lie because you can make a statistic anything you want it to be. Like, you make the comment permanent body of water. Well, what does permanent mean? Permanent could mean that like over the course of 100 years, there's going to be rainfall significant accumulation.
Yeah, it's in the 100-year. It's in the
year.
100-year floodplain. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That counts.
That's permanent, which means every 100 years is going to happen. That's permanent. Oh, I'm angry. And
this is like, someone said this is like saying, what did they say? The Sahara? I was thinking actually like the salt flats in Utah. Because why are the salt flats? The salt flats. Because it used to be an ocean bed.
This is too funny. Crazy Cat Queen. Motion to allow me to regulate EPA's air supply.
Wishing made it so.
Moffat on money. Uncivil law ready for staying strong. Yeah, we're gonna get Kurt out of here in a minute. I just want we're not far away from the end. And second, that the wetland has a continuous surface connection with that water, making it difficult to determine where the water ends and the wetland begins. Yeah, if you can't figure out that there's a difference, then yes, okay. The uncertain meaning.
Yeah, it's been a persistent problem. And the next paragraph, the EPA and Army Corps of Engineers define water of the United States to encompass all waters that could affect interstate or foreign commerce. Okay, that would be just water. The water in my Aquafina bottle is water that could affect interstate commerce, Rob.
Well, yeah, you're drinking it now, and you have a tangential effect on interstate commerce just by having this conversation, which means that you are, Kurt, the water in that bottle, I'm concerned. EPA is going to have opinions. Oh my God. The agencies likewise gave expansive interpretations to wetlands adjacent to those waters, defining adjacent to mean bordering, contiguous, or neighboring. You mean the agencies that had the ability to define the scope of their regulation and authority went a little far? Like, do you think they did? Maybe. Of course.
I like this. I like this middle paragraph one. Following River Bayside, agencies issued a migratory bird rule extending jurisdiction to any water wetland that are or would be used as a habitat by any migratory bird. So if a bird might land on it, it's waters of the United States now because the Migratory Bird Act. That's clever. It's annoying but clever.
And what's funny is what this requires with the migratory bird stuff is it requires a full study to be done on whether any tree, before you take down a single tree, once they find a bird like that, before you take down a single tree, you have to commission a study that costs you in excess of $50,000 to $100,000 to determine whether that migratory bird species that was spotted on your property one time can have alternate routes to where their destination is.
I'm going to go with yes.
Oh my God.
The bird will figure it out. They'll be fine. Yeah.
The agencies responded by instructing their field agents to determine the scope of CWA's jurisdiction on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. Virtually any parcel of land containing a channel or conduit through which rainwater or drainage may occasionally or intermittently flow. So when I was making all those jokes about does the rain fall on your land, Rob, I wasn't really joking.
It's not a joke.
It wasn't a joke.
Like this is legitimately what is happening. It's
but that's
not
the this
a
is
joke.
What is this? Is that called it's called Poe's law, where it's impossible to say something that's so hyperbolic that can't be mistaken for the truth. And this is the reason why, because I make a comment about the rain falling on your land and falling down in the ditch and everything. And like, that can't possibly be true, but it's true. So it's impossible to come up with a hyperbole that's so hyperbolic it can't be mistaken for the truth because of shit like this.
And you know what's funny about this? Lindsay makes this point, like birds can figure it out. Federal agencies can't quite do that. The thing is, there is a scope of this law that actually has a good intention. So if you basically allow every person from Canada down to Mexico to clear cut their property, you have a problem. You have a problem. So there's a logical thing you have to do.
And then we bring the state of California into this, and we ask them, what are the things that we find in the water? Bees.
Bee fish? That was a joke. You find bees in water? Wait.
Bees are fish.
Yes, bees are fish.
Yeah. So what do we find in the water? Bees.
Bees.
Because bees are
bee
fish.
I got it. That took me too long.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Kurt.
No
I'm
problem.
moving slow tonight. That's
We're doing
my
fine.
bad.
It's fine.
You know, I've never
Bees are a
recovered
kind
since
of fish.
TalkCon. Bees are a kind of fish.
Yes.
Here's the thing. This is not a bad way of phrasing it. So this goes back to Rapinos. This is why I think Rapinos was decent. As a practicable matter, indistinguishable. That's not bad. Like, that literally like puts the agency kind of in a box. Like, indistinguishable. Like, the water is the same. You cannot distinguish between the sources.
Yeah.
And of course, Justice Kennedy, to the rescue, writes the concurring opinion that everyone freaking cites.
Yeah. Significant nexus exists when the wetlands, either alone or in combination with similarly situated lands in the region, significantly affect the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of water. Dude, tell me what that doesn't include.
Everything. And that's the problem with plurality opinions. We've talked about plurality opinions before.
Yeah.
Briefly speaking, a plurality opinion is basically where you have agreement on the judgment. Like, they agree that the thing should either exist or not exist, or something should be right or wrong. They agree there, but they can't agree as to why. Yeah. So they all offer different opinions as to why. The problem is there's not a single majority behind any of those rationale. So you sit here and you go, well, which one of you guys do we want to follow? And it becomes a very self-serving proposition. Yep. So the plurality opinion gets cited by the agency. In this case, Rapinos, the agency cites significant nexus. Kennedy, who, thank you for retiring, my friend, cites this significant nexus test. He wrote alone in this. Like, no one else joined him. He was alone in this.
The one man controlling opinion. Welcome to Marx.
And the agency is like, well, this sounds good for us. Yes, it does. Of course it does. But we're going to rely on this. And then we're going to tell the court, oh no, Chevron deference. You can't challenge us because we're relying on your opinion. Therefore, you can't go set this aside. So landowners who negligently discharge pollutants into navigable waters without permit potentially face severe criminal charges. Yes, they do. The adjacent stuff, so they make it serious. To make sense of Congress's choice. This part. The court likes to quote a phrase all the time. And when they do, it's a slap in the face to Congress. Congress never sees it that way. We presume that Congress knows how to write these laws this way.
Yeah, we presume Congress is a smart Congress. Yeah.
And it's a slap in the face that basically says, your law is stupid, fix it. But they never do. So Congress's choice to define navigable waters as the waters of the United States, which then says, court, it's on you. And you're like, well, shit. So there you go, Kurt. Can you read this paragraph real quick? I got to take a quick second.
Yeah, where they say that the waters, the wetlands include waters because the presence of water is universally regarded as the most basic feature of wetlands proves too much. So this is also sometimes called being too clever by half. And it's basically where if you make an argument that proves too many things, it's a bit of a problem. So it's like, okay, wetlands, which by the way, for the record, I don't think they had wetlands on their property of any description, but let's assume they did. That the wetlands include the waters of the United States because there's water there. Well, if you say that, it proves too much, because where can't water be found? Water's everywhere. So it proves too many things. So it's too clever by half. It sweeps in too much things. The argument eats itself. So that's a bit of a problem that you have to watch out for when you're arguing these things. They also say it's tough to square the exclusion of isolated ponds, which they already said no, not so much for the isolated ponds. So with the migratory bird thing, they said no, you can't do that. Or the extensive focus on adjacency to covered waters. It's difficult to see how the states also would retain primary jurisdiction if the EPA basically controlled all water, because what's left for states? Now that Runkle is here, and I guess I'll ask what more you need from me, and then I want to go away.
I wanted to ask you a very quick question. Would you be surprised to learn that Austin is a navigable water or a wetland?
The entire city?
Just all of Austin.
Okay, that's a little much.
Because when you get significant rainfall, the soil is not adept and cannot handle that rainfall. So it then flows off into other navigable waters, thereby creating a nexus of significance to make it a wetland.
Yeah. Sorry, no, I don't buy that. I don't live on a wetland.
The EPA would try to argue that if they had the chance.
I'm sure they would.
There's a puddle on the street, therefore wetland.
Yes.
Don't joke, man.
I know.
Kurt, I hope I'm not scaring you off, Kurt.
No, I'm not feeling well.
Oh, Kurt, I'm sorry to hear that.
Kurt's hurting right now, so we're gonna let Kurt jump off and get some much needed rest, and he's gonna drink some ginger tea or peppermint tea and ginger to kind of feel better.
Okay, guys. Well, just a kindly reminder, check out my channel. Doing 3 stories a week. Lots of great stuff. Today, I think I released the decision on the 230 case from Google Twitter. So I released that as an edited video today. And also released a story about how a guy was watching Unsolved Mysteries on Netflix and recognized a girl who had been missing from 6 years, that just walked into his convenience store in North Carolina. So that's pretty cool. And
I like we didn't start the fire one from this morning.
Yeah, they didn't start the fire. That was good. Yeah, the landlord who was playing and singing to "We Didn't Start the Fire" after he started the fire at his own apartment complex. So,
that's a bad life choice.
Yeah, and then we also today covered for Florida Man, the Florida man who threw a bologna at the cop. He threw his lunch.
I was gonna say, was it a big? Was it just like a big lump of it, or
no, he just took a piece of meat out of his sandwich and threw it at the cop.
Oh wow!
Assault!
I'm guessing the cop is now filing a statement saying that he is now permanently harmed and can't work.
No, they arrested the guy, but he's already behaving like a total dick. He was called there initially because he was behaving like a complete asshole at this store, so they trespassed him, and the guy, he wasn't fully right in the head, but I'm sure I didn't need to clarify that. Also, we covered yesterday story of Florida man who made it all the way up to your area of town. Lawn Lumber. Did you hear about that one?
I didn't hear about this one.
Did you miss it? Did you miss that one? Yeah, Florida man made it all the way up to McLean, Virginia.
Oh, that's a ritzy place for Florida man to be.
Yeah, he was on his way to Langley, and he decided that he wanted to stop by a preschool because he'd like to share.
I don't like this story.
He wanted to share his thoughts with the CIA, and he went to a preschool.
I don't like this story.
They found him with a AK-47 in his car. So,
oh my gosh,
yeah. So unclear whether or not he got his CIA time or will get his CIA time, but that is a story we recently covered as well.
Wow.
He'll get a sit down in front of law enforcement for a while.
The FBI would like to have a conversation with him. Is that close enough?
Well, Monday, I'm going to be covering a very fun gun-related filing. Have you guys seen this one? The guy who filed his LSAT?
Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, so yep.
What's this?
This guy put out an ad that basically says, I'm opening up a law firm. And
I saw that ad.
Yep.
Yeah, I scored like once this month. I scored 98%. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but you still don't put that in an ad. But then somebody looked him up because they were like, hey, I wonder, is this guy as sane in his court work as he is in his ads?
Oh, no.
He's got a pro se filing. where he starts out by listing his LSAT score. Comes now, Dingus the lawyer, who got a 173 on his LSAT.
No.
So Rob, every time you say "comes now" in a filing, I'm going to be. And Rob, you got to put your LSAT score behind
You got to
that.
put your LSAT score. Can you put a footnote? Can you put a footnote in your filings with your LSAT score, your GPA,
Oh God.
and the fact that you were on law review? Were you on law review? Did you keep that a footnote?
God, that's fantastic. Oh,
I'm gonna start doing that. I'll just put my footnote. Yeah, I was on law review. Respect.
And here's the
Okay.
other fun thing. He got a 173, and I'm just pulling up what the percentiles are.
It's pretty high. It's like 98% plus.
Yeah,
He did well.
He
I'm
did
not
well.
I'm not throwing shade at the guy for doing well in the LSAT. The LSAT doesn't mean shit as far as a lawyer is concerned.
No, it's complete BS, and I say that as a guy who did well as well. I'm just looking at it. So it's a 99.1.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
So pretty good.
Oh, wait,
Ian.
sorry. He was 2019 to 2020, so it's 99 or 98.8.
Yeah.
Ian,
It was
Kurt
in that
is in
range somewhere.
significant discomfort. We need to let Kurt rest. He's in
All
significant
right.
discomfort. By the way, just to echo what Kurt said, Kurt is doing these daily streams during the week, 10:30 a.m. about like my time.
10:30 Eastern time, 9:30, sometimes 9:15. Yeah, about that time frame every day, 5 days a week.
They
join
are
us.
really great. He reads through a bunch of stories, gets you guys caught up on everything that's happened that day before. Please go check it out. It's actually, there's a lot of great humor in there. It's a great thing to have in the background while you're doing work. Honestly, go check it out.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Talk to you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm
So
just doing some math here. Because
That's
I'm just
dangerous.
I kind of want to take out an ad in this guy's local area.
Don't do it.
And here's the ad. It's basically just, it's not advertising anything. It just says this, and I'd want it on the same page as his ad. And it'd say the lawyer below me got 173 on his LSAT. I got a 178. For every 60 of him, there's one of me. And then there's no number. There's no anything. It's just purely an ad of screw this guy.
I think that the thing is, the guy might have walked himself into an ethical complaint, because I think he played himself off as being an expert, and you can't do that.
Oh, when we go through the filing, you will see that he's walked himself into several ethical
Oh,
complaints.
this is gonna be I can't wait. This is gonna be great. This is great great Monday content.
You got to know what Exhibit 1 is.
What's Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1 is his family tree.
Oh my god. Genealogy. Like he's like, this is what was this? What's the subject matter of the pro se filing? Can I ask?
He wants to put a fun switch into his AR-15 to make it full.
Oh god. It got worse. I didn't think it was going to get worse. It got worse.
And you're like, and I'm sure what you're wondering is, how the hell is his family tree relevant to that? And the answer is, well, I guess you need a 173 on the LSAT to understand, because it's
it got so much worse. I didn't think it was going to get worse. Ian, fix your heading. You're not winning anymore.
I'm still winning.
I get it. Dang it. Not anymore. Wait, hang on. You're not winning anymore because I made my first pen.
All right, fair enough. I'll take off the winning for that.
Do you want to see the pen?
Yes, although I also promised somebody, they sent me a package and they said I got to open it and show you what it is.
Okay.
So
what do you want to do first? Package first or pen first?
I've got the package in my hand, so let's do the package
first.
So, and they promised it is stream appropriate. So I'm going to just pull it out off stream. Oh, here. I see why they wanted you to see it.
Oh, so did you see last night? Open it. Yep.
Oh, that's amazing.
So that was in my house for like a week, and I didn't open the plastic bag it was in, and I was going to bring it down because I just hadn't had time, and I was going to bring it down for the members only, and Elise reminded me to bring that down to the members only, and I brought it down, and I was going, this thing looks like deflated, like it was a crocheted thing, and I thought it was going to be stuffed, and I was going, why does it look deflated? I was trying to like mash it out to make it look like more presentable because I thought in shipping it got deflated. Well, then I like opened the bag and opened the top of the acorn. The acorn top just spills out, and then I was like, no, that's legit a squirrel.
It's a secret squirrel.
It's a secret squirrel.
That's amazing. So
I
didn't know what was in that.
Pull it all the way out. It comes all the way out. Yeah, it's a whole little squirrel. You have to show the tail too, because like this, like yeah, it's a whole little squirrel.
So that is amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up
it was
with a
made
little,
by Elise, Alise. I can't remember the last name. That's my bad, but it was honestly, it was
I've got the last name, but I don't know if she wants me reading it on a stream.
just Elise. It was made by Elise, and it was adorable, and it was like it was the surprise that I needed last night during that like members only. Like I didn't see that coming. It was fantastic. It was just great.
Yeah, I didn't see it coming, and I was like, wow, that.
Yeah.
So it's super adorable.
On that note, do you want it? I see you, buddy.
I got to see the pen.
I love you, squirrel. We all love squirrel. Kurt does especially too. So the pen. Let me make this one.
And
The pen. That's the pen. Ask me how the ballpoint.
I'm
works.
guessing it's you work the lever. I love it. That's awesome. Where did you get the hardware for that?
Penn State Industries. Now, here's the thing. This little guy. So it comes as this like brass, or I can make a wooden piece.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make the wooden piece, but I just brought that to show. So the pen this is how you just it's like it's so smooth too. Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a company called Penn State Industries. And actually let me see if I can't do this because I can show you, because the cool thing is this was an exploration I didn't know I needed until I found it. So I was like, I'd like to make pens, but what can you really make with pens? Like, is pen making really that cool? Like, do people do this quite often? And you need a lathe to turn a pen.
I need to get a better lathe.
You need to get a better lathe. But they have, let me see. Let's see. Stop sharing that one. Start sharing this one. So this company, Penn State Industries, makes these different kits.
Yeah.
And the kits are the hardware. Like you have to do all the work to create the pen. So what you're seeing here is different turned pens by different makers.
You got to do the wood burning. You got to do all the.
You got to do the assembly. You got to do all of it. Like you got to do the prep work. They send you the mechanics of the pen. They have the 30 caliber bolt action. They've got these bolt action pens, these different pens. So they they give you the hardware, and then you get to kind of be creative in how you want to make it unique to you.
I've made some pens, but I've got to get into doing it more.
Yeah. Like for example, there's like that guy. Like it's so they sell you the hardware. The hardware itself for this pen's like $14, right? Then you go and carve the wood, and you make the wood. You can make it out of acrylic, whatever you want. No, I don't want your deal. Well, I do, but later.
It's like, no, you have to choose now and put your email address in on
so
screen.
Like I might have bought 50 kits. I might have bought 50 kits of different sizes and like different like all the things because I want to learn how to use the lathe. And the thing is about this stuff is I bought this, so it's a teaching process. It's a project to make. I get to learn how to do it along the way. So this was attempt number 1. And that is Purple Heart. Oh, focus camera. Purple
There
Heart,
we go.
which is why that has that purple color. Pretty simple. Honestly, that took like 60 minutes, start to finish, like an hour.
Yeah, I mean, pen turning isn't so bad, especially if you what do you call it? If you batch it all up, right? So if you batch up the I'm going to do all the wood turning for like several pens, and then you do all the finishing and all of the whatever else. Although sometimes it's easier to do at least part of the finishing when it's still on the lathe.
Yeah. So people and what's amazing is the different techniques that are out there. So this is Purple Heart, but it became more brown based on the finishing I was using. Like it was a different technique. So I can use a different technique and keep that bright purple look. So honestly, when I say it's a learning process, it's a massive learning process. But it's really fun. And yes, people are making comments like lawyers and pens. Yeah, like I have a very particular type of pen. And the funny thing is, it's the Parker Jotter. That was the pen that I always use. The Parker Jotter.
The last time we got talking about pens, somebody suggested this pen, and I picked it up, and it's great.
Well, the reason why is this freaking cartridge. This cartridge they sell. That cartridge.
See, I don't like cartridges.
They have like a gel cartridge for it, and the way that pen writes and the feel in the hand. I've had those since I first graduated. Yes, this is weird. I get it, but this is this
is my cartridge.
Oh,
it's just a thing of ink, and it lasts pretty much forever. And but yeah, it's the TWSBI Eco. It actually works really well. It's a fountain pen, but it still works really well in the Alberta climate, which is actually kind of an issue because a lot of them dry out and then stop working very well. But this one actually functions really well. So I haven't had any trouble with it. It's great. So I may buy more.
The cool thing about learning these skills and me teaching myself this skill is as I'm learning, I'm doing this to learn, but I'm making projects. So I'm going to start giving these away. Like every one of these is being given away.
Nice.
So it's a learning opportunity. I'm going to give away everything I can because what do I need with 9 million pens? I just want to learn how to get better at it. So I'll just give it away.
That's pretty much what I do with all of the stuff I make as well. People are like, "Hey, can I buy something from you?" And I'm like, I don't really want to take commissions because once I do, then I've got responsibility. So
I like making stuff on my own schedule and based on my own I follow my ADHD where it's going.
And what is it? Just be careful if you do a wand making stream because it's going to start the chat being thirsty. Oh,
well, I was actually, someone made the comment last night, because I had this, I had that stock of Purple Heart that was 36 inches, by 1 inch by 1 inch. It was perfect for just blanks.
Yeah.
So I put one of them on the lathe last night just to play around with it, to try and make a wand out of it. And I got 90% done. And I realized I had the lathe up too high in RPMs.
Yeah.
Fucking thing exploded. Just exploded.
I was just gonna say,
it just high RPMs. That thing was getting down to that thin wand material. Just it's
you gotta slow it down if you're making a wand. My wife does Girl Guides volunteering, and so when Harry Potter was a big thing, they were going to a Harry Potter event. So I was like, I got to make a whole bunch of wands all at once. And you got to slow it down, otherwise you end up eating a lot of wood.
It just explodes. That high RPM just poof, gone.
Yeah,
See you
you
later.
got to
Bye.
slow it right down because, I mean, and I'm sitting there like, yep, this is why I'm wearing a chip shield. Because, guys, if you ever are dealing with a lathe, keep in mind a lathe is one of the tools in your workshop that doesn't mess around. And if it decides to kill you, it's going to just straight up kill you. So wear a chip shield. And also, all of this hair gets tied back if I'm playing with a lathe.
Yeah, because that hair stuff. Because the thing is, like, even with like sandpaper, you make sure the piece of sandpaper you're using isn't long enough that it can wrap around the object and just like pull your hand in. So you don't mess around with that.
There was a young woman at the school nearby, like the technical school nearby, who unfortunately her hair got caught in a metal lathe.
Oh,
and she did not survive.
Those are lethal.
Yeah. The other nasty thing about metal lathes, if you look at a metal lathe, it'll turn off these little screw-shaped metal bits. And if you're not careful, those things are coming off as little sort of spinning screws, and they will dig into you if they catch you.
Yep.
So don't mess with lathes. Don't mess with routers. Like lathes, routers, chainsaws are a big one for people getting seriously injured. Yeah, there's a few tools that, like, collectively, overall, they are sort of connected to way more injuries than they have any business being connected
Really
to.
dangerous, like routers and lathes. So here's an example. So I sent you this little clip earlier of the lathe.
Yeah.
And this is I just would pull up the window. So this is the lathe, right? So you can see 648 RPMs. So that's 648 revolutions. Watch how fast it is to Crazy Cat Queen. Yes. Guys, stop reading in it everything. You don't have to read in it everything.
I made you the clip for this.
I'm not playing that clip again. I'm still waiting to get you back for this. This was going to be yours. This was going to be yours. But I'm still mad at you.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
So, dang it. But no, it's not always the third stuff. Honestly, it's actually really interesting. Yeah, so 648 RPMs is how this starts. Watch how fast this thing is getting, like, spin the dial, and then that's 9, 12, 1500, 1600, 17, 2300.
I don't like seeing that when you haven't done anything on that piece of wood yet.
3,500 RPMs.
The thing is once you like, I don't like that with a little tiny piece of wood like that, because it's like you start it off, you like turn it into a cylinder, and then you spin it up, because otherwise, if it's a little off center, it can start tearing itself apart.
I didn't do that. Like I showed you that, like, just to show you, like, that was just me demonstrating like how that thing accelerates.
Yeah, no.
But honestly, that lathe, like, there's no belt changing. It goes from 648 to 3,000, 3,500 RPM in that amount of time. And if that piece of wood explodes, which they can, like, that was on a mandrel. So the other thing is that's on a mandrel. So that is actually supported by brass and by metal. So that's not likely to explode, but just a pure, like, a piece of wood just right there. If that explodes, like, that was fun last night at 11 o'clock.
It really depends on the kind of wood too, because some of them just explode into powder. Some of them explode into, like, little sharp blade bits. Yeah. And until you've exploded one, you don't know which it's going to be.
I will tell you what it is. Yeah, it's it gets scary.
As a general rule, if you're standing to the side of it when it explodes, it's going to turn into powder that's harmless. If you're standing in front of it, it's going to turn into blades.
I really hate it. Like, and this is a lesson to everyone that's getting into the woodworking stuff. Start slow.
Yep.
Start slow. Like, people have asked me what's a good project. Carve a spoon. Learn wood grain. Learn how the wood is splintering, and learn like it. Just learn how to work with it. Then increase your skill. Get a jigsaw, something that's less abrasive or less aggressive. Then safe move is a bandsaw.
Bandsaws are pretty safe, although if your bandsaw blade starts to get old or tired, replace it before it breaks.
Yes. Because those blades become little...
They can become a spear that shoots out in a direction that you don't get to choose.
This is a good one. DC, I'm a little new. What's the plushie collection behind Rob? Let me see. Is the jury
The one you
cam
got a camera specifically aimed at?
Let me see if the jury camera is on. Jury camera. The jury camera. So that's the jury.
It's a good jury.
It's a good jury.
I mean, I'm pretty sure a couple of them have taken bribes, but
so, I mean, to DC and to everyone else that's kind of new in the chat. So I'm a maker. I make stuff in the shop, woodworking, epoxy stuff, etc. And I encourage people to get out and make something. It's amazing how therapeutic it is for anyone that's struggling through anything. I don't care if you're writing. I don't care if you are sewing, crocheting. I really don't care. Cooking is something. Woodworking, leatherworking. Ian makes leatherwork materials. Ian made...
Oh, God.
Ian made that. So just, I encourage makers. So among what you see back here, all of these are made by people that follow the channel. So those little plushies on the bottom, those are little robots. And each robot, it's a kind of an inside joke. Like, someone once suggested that I was not a real person. I was a bot that was just trolling other people. I'm a real person.
That was like Cat Tannenbarge or somebody like that, wasn't it?
It was one of them. So all these little bots are all the people that you'll oftentimes see streaming with me. So up on the right, that's Kurt. That's there's the orange robot. That's Uncivil. Ian is the gray robot that's sitting next to the purple robot between the Fez, which is Mike. Then that's Law Talk with Mike. Then there's Alita, who's Legal Bites. And then above Alita is David. David is Prototopics, who does Lawyers and Dragons. We'll be on that tomorrow morning. Then you have Mr. Hogue Law and Mrs. Hogue Law side by side, holding hands. It's really cute. You have Squirrelbot, you have Chatbot, and you have Shopbot in the lower quadrant. And then up top, you have McSquirrel. That's a carved portrait of Secret McSquirrel, so that she's overlooking. Then you have a unicorn made by Time Lords up there in the crochet far, far, far right. Ziggybot, or Ziggy Unicorn, that's the first unicorn. That's why the plushes exist. Quite literally because I was upset during one of the streams, and I went to go grab like the squish thing, and it ended up being a unicorn. And I was kind of going, huh. So the chat realized it before I did, and they started sending unicorns. Then you have Brew. That's the unicorn that's there holding the gavel. But yeah, all of these things are created by different people within the community. And then hanging on the curtain is a tie. That's a tie of the Canada flag. That is a tie that Ian Runkle snuck into my bag when I was down in Uvalde with him at the Gundy Awards. So I like to celebrate the people that are parts of this community. The makers, the people that have different, aspects to me being here on YouTube. So that's the explanation for a lot of that stuff, is that's all made by the community, given by the community. So it's kind of just highlighting you guys. That's the effort. That's what I really want to do. It's not about what I'm talking about. It's honestly just about trying to make stuff available and processing complex law stuff to explain it to you guys. So yeah, so that's the explanation of the stuffies behind there.
And somebody's asking where your tie is. It's in luggage that I haven't unpacked yet.
Yeah. So, Ian, you were recently in Glasgow. Can you tell people about your trip for a second? I need a refill.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I just got back. I mean, I'm not sure how much I should be saying about why at this point, but it was a very short trip. It was a good trip, but yeah, I brought the tie, so the tie was there. I also brought a tie to that I left behind, so that that is also its sort of its own thing. But yeah, it was a good trip there. Somebody's asking, did I win a Nobel Peace Prize? No, I'm much more there to cause trouble. Somebody, Rhineman YYC had a prompt that needs to be needs to be shared, because it was for in the style of a 50s horror film, generate a poster of a bearded man called The Thirst. So we are pulling that up. So there we go. I thought that was a pretty good one there for running away there. Somebody was saying, did I get knighted? I did not get knighted. How much haggis did I eat? I ate I ate 2 haggis rounds. The haggis was actually quite good. So, yeah, in Canada, you can't get proper haggis because proper haggis is supposed to include lungs, and Canada doesn't allow lungs in food. So Canada considers a traditional Scottish haggis to not be food. So as a result of that, I tried proper haggis when I was in Scotland. I don't know if I could necessarily tell the difference, but yeah. And people are saying that they think I can mention a bit of it. So the reason why I was out there was for Secret's funeral is what I was there for. So I brought back one of the things. So I brought this back. This was one of the things that was in her place there. So yeah, that's now got a spot right there. So
I don't know why I can't hear you. Hang on.
Hopefully everybody could hear me. Did you see the movie poster?
I can't hear you right now, so I'm going to jump off and then come back in because I'm
all right. Fair enough. Well, and I see people talk about the squirrel emojis. Yes. So I also, while Rob is away, just want to share something here because a friend of mine's got a bit of trouble, and I'm just going to share that. I'm going to, given that Rob's let me take over his stream for a second, I'm going to share that. So I'm just, give me 1 second while I pull that up here. So there's a link that's getting posted here. And it is for a friend of mine's son who is currently missing. So if you're in the Edmonton area and you've got a chance, that link is just give me a second while I try to get that posted here. So you can see, I'm not putting the actual image up just because if I put the image up, then it's sort of a permanent thing. And they've asked basically that the link be shared rather than like putting up the image on something else, because otherwise it ends up as a permanent thing. But the link will be taken down as soon as he's found. But
I missed. So can you give me a brief, like 30-second recap? I missed. Disconnected.
Which, like the most recent part?
Basically, the second I walked away, somehow my headphones disconnected.
Well, I was
There's
saying,
a missing person.
the son of a friend of mine is missing. So he is. They're very worried about him. They're sort of concerned about where he might be right now, and so I was sharing the link out just because you never know, right? Somebody might be in the area. They they happen to see him walking down the street or something, and
Give me
that
one
would
second.
be
Let me put that in the chat and I'll pin it too so that people can see it more regularly.
somebody's saying, how old is he? He's 14. So and you can see in the one picture he's got that red and white shema or scarf. That he's probably got that on. So that's a good indicator if you see him. So just keep an eye out if you can.
Yep, and that link is pinned in the chat so you guys can see it at the top of the chat. So that's really sad. I'm sorry about that, buddy.
He's obviously stressed out, and I said I'd do what I can. And I mean, what I can do here is hopefully get the word out to a whole bunch of people to look.
Have you posted it on Twitter yet?
I have, yeah. It's replaced my current pinned link.
Let me see if I can't find it and retweet it.
Because it's he's and I'm not sort of posting the picture. Like I could have pulled up the thing, but I don't want to put it on the video because then it's sort of a permanent image. And sometimes you get situations where a kid's been found 10 years later and people are like, oh, you're that missing kid. So yeah, it's
So I retweeted that, so hopefully that gets a little more traction. Guys, if you're in the Edmonton area, please keep a lookout. Never something you want to hear, whether it's a silver alert, amber alert. You never want to see that stuff. It's scary. So lots of prayers, lots of thoughts. Hopefully that all is well and he's found safe and sound. So, and
sorry to be depressing, but
prayers for the family, because that's, like you said, that's not easy to manage.
Yeah, they're not having an easy time at all. So, it's
So hopefully that resolves itself. Let's see. What do we want to do? I think, what if we did something? What if we played like an uplifting video for a minute, just kind of break?
Is that something we're allowed to do? I mean, it's been all depressing so far, so I'm not sure if we might be.
We're gonna go non-depressing for a second. Shall we swoop before that? I think we should swoop.
Yep.
Old swoop, new swoop. Which one? You choose.
New swoop.
New swoop. I have to make yours that comes like with like hatchets and like guns. Non-depressing content. Here's some non-depressing content. This is a life hack, and for all the gentlemen that are in the chat, those of you that might be here, take notice, because this is the way to a woman's heart. Period. Story.
Chat. I generally put a big asterisk on any recommendations on dating advice you get from YouTube, and especially lawyers on YouTube.
This is gonna win. This you might have to take that asterisk away. Ready?
I might.
Let me know if the audio. Can you hear the audio?
Nope.
Son of a bee sting. Why, Rob? Why? Here's what we're gonna do. Stop that one. We're gonna upload it as a video file every freaking time.
Yep.
Crack the damn code on me.
Now?
He got home from overtime yesterday and he was like,
now
my husband cracked the damn code on me. he got home from overtime yesterday and he was like, I'm starving. I'm going to order Mexican food. What do you want? And I was like, I just ate with the baby. I'm not hungry. I don't need anything. And he looked at me and he went like, what do you want? And I was like, no, like, I'm good, babe. I promise I'm good. I'm fine. I said, I'm fine. 20 minutes later, DoorDash shows up and his food, of course, smells delicious, and the regret sits in my soul, and I don't say a thing because I made my bed. I need to lie in it, all right? I don't want to hear the I told you so's. This is how I know I have a soulmate, because the first thing he pulls out of that bag was a burrito, not for him, for me. He said, here, because I was holding the baby, he's all, here's mom's burrito, because I know what I'm fine means. It means I'm going to be hungry when my food gets here, and no, I'm okay means just a bean and cheese burrito. It always means a bean and cheese burrito, and he's not wrong, okay? It does always mean I want a bean and cheese burrito.
The thing is, I always do that when when I'm ordering something and my wife, like, it's late and my wife is like, hey, I don't need anything. It's like, you're getting something snacky.
So do you want to take that back about that being bad dating advice? Because that's pretty good.
I'm going to go with it's okay, but it's mostly because it doesn't originate from any of us. It originates from that person.
It's not. It's great, though. It's great. It's literally like going like, it's like, oh my gosh, do you want anything? The answer is always like, no, like, I don't feel like it or something like that. It's like, here's your food. Here's your food. Just eat the food.
Well, it's the same thing as like when you order fries and you go, hey, do you want any fries? And she says no. Get a second fries. Or get a large fries, because you know you're sharing.
Every time.
And if you don't like sharing, you just get a bigger fries, because it's
Yep. And if she is eyeing something on the menu and is saying like, that looks really good, but I'm just going to do a salad. You know what you do? You get the thing that looks really good and you just expect that's going to be shared. Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah. Well, my wife and I quite frequently will go on a menu and we'll look at something and we'll be like, I like this and that. And we both sort of agree that we both like the same two dishes. And we'll each get one, and we'll just agree that we're going to be sniping off each other's plates the whole time through. Because, or it's like, I want to try this, but I want to eat the other thing. And I'll be like, I'll get the other thing and you can try some. Because,
Yep. Feed your woman is lesson learned. Yeah. Because,
I did an entire video on rule of law and the importance of food.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The phrase hangry is a real thing.
Oh,
it's a real thing.
My wife and I traveling at one point. Oh, I don't know why
why are you so blurry?
Let me try to fix that. I don't know why it just decided to. But we were traveling at one point and we were getting sort of annoyed with each other, and we both sort of agreed it was like, okay, listen, this is a little annoying, but let's see if we're still ticked off after we've had a chance to eat. And so about like 20 minutes later, we got some food in us, and it was like, do we still care about the thing we were arguing about? And it's like, not even a little bit.
Not a care. Jim Weiler, you say, so a couple thing. No, it's not limited to a couple thing. It's just, if you're in a group setting, I will tell you this: group setting, whether it's a group meeting, whether it's a group get together, whether it's a gathering of friends and it's like at a weird hour, food.
Yeah.
Always food. And to individuals going on a first date, to the guy, presumably, who's sitting across from the girl who's trying not to like order the big thing on the menu, like, break the ice, dude. Like, go in there and like say, like, so I'm looking at this and I know that this would be the smart choice, but I'm going to get this because that's what I want to eat. I think you should do the same. Like, just encourage the food part. Like, do the food part. Food's good.
And I mean, this works in like friend groups as well. You'll have somebody who's like, you're all ordering a meal at the bar and you'll have somebody who's like, I don't think I'm going to get anything. It's like, well, I'm going to get like an appetizer platter. And I just know that guy's going to be eating. And it's like, and you can sit there counting pennies and be like, hey, this guy's not buying whatever. I bought them appetizers. Or you can just enjoy the person's company. And if you don't
Well, that's
enjoy
what-
the person's company, stop inviting them out, but don't quibble over whatever.
So I'm notorious for this. Like at a bar, like I will go and get like a full round and bring it back, or I'll go and get food and bring it back, because no one is going to go up and say, I'm doing this. And people, if you ask them,
Yeah.
they're all going to do the safe answer. Like, no, that's fine. I'm fine. I ate later. I ate a big lunch. You're like, no. So I just order the food. And what's funny is the food gets there, and then like one person grabs like a fry. One person grabs a fry, and then all of a sudden everyone is just like, doosh, like on the food.
Yeah,
So,
well, that's the thing is you order, like if you bring a bunch of people in, order like a platter of like, appies or whatever, and people will eat, and
Cheese
people will be
plate.
happier to eat.
Cheese plate.
Yeah.
Just a cheese, just charcuterie board. Just throw it out there. I guarantee you people are going to eat it. Throw fruits, veggies on there for the people that don't like the meat and cheese. Yeah, it's going to get eaten. Just do it. People will be happy and they'll thank you for it. That's fair. Sour cream on fries. It's weird, but sure, why not? I don't disparage people that like food.
That's a reference. I did not try it. I just had the fries.
No, Walgreens lost that lawsuit. This is the Washington Nationals. Walgreens sued the Washington Nationals to try and basically say that this was their Walgreens logo, and the Nats
I think
were
it's
like,
Walgreens.
"That's fine. You can think what you want."
I'm an ordinary consumer who's experiencing confusion.
You are not look, Ian. I started the story with sports ball. I started the story with sports ball. I know you're not an ordinary consumer of sports ball.
No,
So-
but the ordinary consumer doesn't have to be an ordinary consumer of something.
Sports ball.
I might be an
That's-
ordinary consumer of Walgreens.
I have a CVS hat too. That's great. I kind of need one now, I guess. Yeah. No, you don't. It's the Nats. It's always the Nats.
It looks like Walgreens.
Oh, I don't like all of you. There, it says Nationals, Washington, right there. So now we clarify.
Walgreen?
Ian, you little shit. Okay, so Crazy Cat Queen coming in with a super chat. Thank you. I love getting tons of appetizers or desserts of different types and just send it around the table. New people are confused. My friends know. I do the same thing. This is a great tactic. It helps break the ice with so many conversations. So I love people that do this. I do this all the time.
The other thing I really love doing is you have a bunch of people over to have a fire and drink and so forth. And you're just like, I've got snacks. And
Always
one of the funniest, I often make a ratatouille because a ratatouille is fantastic for this because it's gluten-free, it's vegan, and all of the stuff in it are, you can be allergic to it, but it's rare allergens. So almost no one is.
Mhm.
So everyone can eat a ratatouille pretty much, unless there's some unusual thing, right?
Mhm.
And so you get people who are like, that's okay, and you're like, well, actually, this is whatever. And people are like, oh, really? Because you get vegans who are always expecting that if they come over to a barbecue, they're just like, yeah, I'm not going to eat anything. I'm gonna just be hungry and annoyed the whole time, and not be any fun. You're like, no, eat the foods. I got the foods for you.
Like false. Like in law school, one of my friends was celiac, and I went to the grocery store. I went to the grocery store and I bought all of the gluten-free recipes because my house was where we ended up after the bars.
Yeah.
And that was after the bars. After the bars, we get back and I would start making like gluten-free brownies, gluten-free cupcakes, gluten-free. I just started making food. And I like playing host. It's fun.
And like people with celiac issues and so forth are often very surprised when it's like, no, you can actually eat this. And they're like,
Yep.
No, I mean, it can't have any flour. You're like, yeah, no, I cleaned every surface. I made this. It's contamination free.
Yeah.
One of my best friends is celiac, and it's always a way, you can put a smile on somebody's face who's
Yeah.
coming to
That you listen.
they're coming to an event. Because a lot of people with food issues come to these events and sort of expect that they just can't eat anything. And I mean, I used to have really bad allergies. I've known, the joy of, you go to a thing and you're just like, I can't eat any of this. But it's a good way to make connections.
Yep. And just show people you care about them. Like, that's the other thing. Like, the friend that I had, like, his name was, I mean, where I could say it. He knew that there was a corner of the pantry in my house that was like dedicated to the stuff he could eat. So when we got to my house, he could go into that corner of the pantry and he knew that he was fine. It's that part. Like, it's not hard, guys. I've made the comment before. It's not hard to be a decent person. Like, it's really not. You just pay attention from time to time. So M169, thank you. My husband, on the day our son was born, got up at 4 a.m. to make me a hearty breakfast so I could eat 8 hours before delivery. Solid move. Like, solid move. JR, also, if she says want to order in milkshakes and he says no, but you can, that's the wrong answer.
Yeah,
you say
that is
sure.
always the wrong answer.
You say sure and you nurse your milkshake or don't eat it. You say sure. Yep. Al, Shirley, thank you. Everyone wants to see Ian in pigtail braids, or is that only me?
That's only you.
That might just be you, my friend. It just might just be you. Pam Bystrack, thank you. Not a good week. A person I used to work with, husband, died 6 weeks ago, and she died this week. Their son is in their early 30s. I'm very sorry to hear that, Pam. That's terrible. As someone who lost their father in their 30s, I wish him opportunities to find peace.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All the opportunities. I wish him opportunities to find peace. And I wish that he can continue to dialogue with the parents that he lost. So that's probably the best way I can put that. Roslyn, Runkle, I sent spicy thyme. I'm just throwing that out there. Oh, okay. Lola Yudi. I have a small bookcase made by my brother when he was in high school. It's very special. He passed away at the age of 25, 35 years ago. Woodworking rocks. It does. So does leatherworking. So does making of any type. Like I said, writing something down in a notebook. I have a book. There's a book that's on my bookshelf. And you know what? Ian, I don't think I've told you this before. I have a library book from Menlo School for Boys. And it's Shakespeare, The Tragedies. Why do I have this book? Because my dad checked it out in high school. And he wrote in the margins. And he kept the book. And I have that book on my bookshelf turned to an open page where he has his notes in the margins. When I say make something, I don't mean you need to be an expert. I don't mean you need to learn a whole new skill. Just do something.
I was watching something online. It was just it was a thing talking about somebody who their sibling had passed and they were playing a video game and seeing the ghost car of their sibling because it shows you the best time on that track. And I was like, that is, even that kind of thing, like just having made some sort of indent on the world, is a huge thing, right? It's just something where people can see that you were there. Because so many other things that we do are just things that we bought and things that we got, whatever. So Have some things you made, have some things, and give people things that you've made, right? If they, people who matter to you, because yeah,
That stupid Shakespeare book is torn at the seams. It is destroyed. It's a library book, but my dad's words are in the margin. You would be amazed. And Mrs. Hoglaw, I see in the chat. Make all the things, and you're 1,000% right. And I don't know if you saw, but did you happen to notice that you and Rick are holding hands?
Aw.
So, just saying, make all the things. Just do it. I don't ever give commandments or say you have to do something. Just do it. Write something down on a piece of paper. Write in a margin. Make something. Your kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, I don't give a shit who. They're going to remember. Do it. So, it's a great message. Please just do it. Yeah. Nigel. I'm sorry, Nigel, but the avatar suggests that you might expect that. Accident left a chuck key on the lathe when I turned it on in high school. Oh my God. It became funny after I didn't die from a chunk of metal to the head.
I really, my dad gave me a drill press that he was like, hey, I'm not going to be using this. He's got 4, and he's like, I'll give you one. It actually has a feature that I really quite like, which is that the chuck key on the drill press has a little spring-loaded pin in the center of it.
Mm-hmm.
So when you push it in, you have to hold it in to turn it. And if you let it go, it pops itself out.
Why don't they make that anymore?
I don't know, but it's such a brilliant thing because you can't leave the chuck key in it. If you let it go, it goes and lands on your table. And my dad went ahead and modified it. I love this as well because he modified it by adding a couple of magnets to the side of the drill press, so you can just stick the chuck key back on it. As an attention deficit person, I really like that because I hate when you've got. Sometimes people add they put the chuck key on a chain.
Oh, and that's
terrible.
You can break your saw. You can break the.
You can break your saw. You can break your face. You can
everything.
All sorts of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the magnet thing, it just sticks there, right? And there's no chain to it. But I pretty much have to put it back because the instant you stop turning it, it's it's going to eject out into your hand or eject out onto the things. Then you stick it back. And I saw another design, and this is mentioned in the chat as well. Chuck key should be the safety switch. I have seen that on one design where if you leave the chuck key in, the machine won't start.
It won't go. Yeah.
It's just it's got a little button in there that is pressed when you put it in.
Well, it should be magnetic polarization. They should be able to do the circuitry that way.
Yeah. However it works, it's just when you have the chuck key in, it won't start. Yep. I think that's another. There's so many different ways that they can make all of these tools a little bit safer. And
we're going to do a recap on the jury.
Why do you have a sword?
So the recap of the jury, Clearblade, Lawyers and Dragons, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
I am going to I'm going to do an office move because I'm going to go from here to my my leather shop.
Okay.
And then I will set up in there. So I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, that works. So we're going to do a recap with the Glitterblade, 10 a.m. tomorrow, Lawyers and Dragons. If you don't understand, you will tomorrow morning. So we're going to do a recap on who's in the jury. We have David, Prototopics, in the red. He runs Lawyers and Dragons, great imaginative mind. Then Mrs. Hoglaw, who is sewing something and planting something in her garden. Then Rick Hogue, who has the gaming controller on his chest. Uncivil Law, who has the uncivilian with the cowboy hat. Then we've got beneath, we have Emily, I have questions. We have Ian, who has a sword on his chest. You can't see it. There's the iguana that I never got as a kid. There's Mike, Law Talk with Mike. There's Alita. There's a dragon's eye that was made by one of the followers to the channel, following instruction from Mrs. Hoglaw. It was fantastic. There is the Squirrely Mod robot. I'm sorry, Squirrely Mod. There's the chat bot. That's aggressive. And then there's the shop bot. And I actually have robots for, I've got a Joe robot. I've got a unicorn robot. I have a Boston Honey Brie robot, unicorn robot, a brains robot from Lawyers and Dragons. So yeah, that's the jury box. So the jury presides over our dialogue and discussion. Is it childish? Yes. Orange Bot is the best bot. Orange Bot stays up there. Orange Bot hangs out with me all the time. You know he does, Kurt. Yeah. The jury presides over the discussion. I wouldn't know the answer to this question, but sure. I need to, for the alternates, I do. I'm sorry. I will. Time. It's a time thing. It really is a time thing. I swear, guys, it's a time thing. So I have to start reading out gifted memberships, or this is going to be, wow. Ange Torres, thank you for the gifted memberships. 5. Joshua Ten Hag, 20 gifted memberships. 5 more gifted memberships. CG Learning, 50 gifted memberships. My word. This is amazing. Neurodivergent Counselor, 10 gifted memberships. Ange Torres, 10 more gifted memberships. Lady Drake, Lady Draconis, 10 gifted memberships. Catherine, 6-month member badge. That's awesome. Courtney Michelle, first gifted membership. That's amazing. CK Dexter Haven, gifted 5 memberships. Caitlin Shoot sent a membership chat at the ER, dislocated knee, waiting on x-rays. I hope that they come back negative and that you heal up quick. Amber Brock, 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Launer Debbie, 5 gifted memberships. Just because 10 gifted memberships, and then Amber Brock, another 10. Mindy Hunt Beach, member chat. Love the streams. Ready for some story time. We do those during members only. Rabbit, 5 gifted memberships, and the members only. There's a lot more of you here, so on Thursday I expect a lot more of you there. Jacqueline Ellis, I love F&F. Currently drinking Hillbilly Watermelon Wine. Thank God it's a 3-day weekend. Indeed. Canonical Heat, 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Baby Meatball, I'd like to dedicate this to the Beefish. It's dedicated. Equality, 5 gifted memberships. Courtney Michelle, 1 more gifted membership. Mike. You guys keep growing this membership community, and it's really cool, which is awesome. But shop time is more people. I love it. You guys get to come and see the shop. So be aware for the member shop streams. They're great. We get to talk about all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Crazy Cat Queen, I have a separate pan for my Orthodox Jewish friends. Yes. Yes. And some people have separate kitchens. Al Shirley, try having an onion allergy. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Or AI Shirley. Crazy Cat Queen, I also now ask if anyone has dietary restrictions. Fair. JR, we were just thrown into woodworking starting in the 7th grade with all the machines and very little supervision. Almost all of us kept all of our fingers. Me too. That was my first experience. I made a duck that was like a paperclip duck. Lara Lee, got it. Celiac here, gluten-free food at someone else's home. That person gets not only a big smile, but gratitude and love for life. It's not hard to be a good person. Chris Cat Queen, Rob, serious question. Why is it called purple heartwood? Purple, I get, but why heart? Because the heartwood of the purple, so that purple heart tree becomes brown as it gets towards the outside. So the heartwood is purple. That's why they call it purple heart. Because the heartwood is the younger wood. So wood and trees grow from the inside out. And the heartwood generally retains a lot more of the color to the wood. So walnut, American walnut will be that dark, deep brown color on the heartwood, and then it will go to a paler color on the outside. So purple heart is to the heart of the tree. That's why they call it that. Kristen, M96, you can make seam rippers on the lathe. Just saying, I know I can make a lot of things. I know. It's fun. Crazy Cat Queen, did I just hear Rob say he was playing with his wand and exploded? You did. It's pronounced Twisby. Okay. Awesome. Ellen, not Sarah Lee, because you guys know I'm not above such shenanigans. Moffat on Money tomorrow night, 7 p.m. I made that highlight before. Moffat on Money tomorrow night. Ian Runkle is going to be on. Bernie Madoff is the subject. I need a second, folks. So give me 1 second. I need a comfort break for a minute. We're going to do that. We're going to play Ducks. Okay, so why do I take so many comfort breaks? Jury, you don't need to see this. Well, you're going to see it anyways, but jury, you don't need to see this. I blame my niñera, Yadira. She just... Here's the thing. I had a Latin mom growing up. Like I had mom, dad, and I had Latin mom. And there's this thing that you would brew with water, like tea, Jamaica. It was supposed to cleanse your system. And Yadira would make us drink this when we were kids. And when I say drink this, like she was like, it's going to cleanse your system. I'm talking giving a kid, not the little water bottle. You give them like a 2-liter bottle of this stuff. She put sugar in it to make us drink it. We drank so much of this stuff as kids. It cleansed the system, but it was to the point where there was a family rule instituted that when a kid or a parent says, I need to use the bathroom or I need to pee, it was not a 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, 30 minutes from now. It was this is now an urgent warning. Like, this is going to happen. Please pull the car over. Oh, traumatic experiences ensued, but I blame Yadira for all of this. Just all of it. Like, I love her. Like she is mom. I have mom A, I have mom 1. They're not like, they're just different. Oh my God. But it's, yeah. So when like nature is like, hi, you might need to use the restroom. It's not a suggestion. So I apologize. I apologize sincerely for that. But you guys learned something about, yes, it's a flower. It is. Yep. So it just is. Literally everyone in the chat gets it. I hope so, because it's not a suggestion. Like that moment comes to like, I know. It's like, can you hold it? No. I was. I can see other people were scarred by this as well. Yeah. Yeah. Don't do that to me. I muted it. Oh, we need a CNC machine. We do. We needed that. Yep, we did. Let's see if we can't catch up on some of the ones that we left from behind earlier. Ryan Man, YYC. What about hovercraft? Most states regulate the as watercraft. Interesting. Does that put any land flat enough for a hovercraft in the EPA's jurisdiction? I can tell you this, they would argue it. They would argue it. Lola Udi, that's a strange definition of freedom. They protect each other. Average Americans are so regulated. I promise I'm not a sob sit. I agree. Lawyers are increasingly uncomfortable with a lot of the regulations. But then again, you see some lawyers like on platforms just going, this makes perfect sense. I'm like, no, it really doesn't. Like, it's not about what you can do with the law. It's about what you should do. So lawyers should look a lot to history and should really study the hell out of their history. Because the problem is that if you are using an expansive definition of what you can do, history is what educates you on what you should do. Just saying. History is replete with a lot of lessons that should have been learned along the way. Bop it, waiting for the EPA to regulate me because I am mostly water. Woof. Yep, and I imagine that based on the day, you might make puddles. Just saying. Just me, thank you. If we're counting 100-year floodplain, then I should be sitting here on my couch with a life jacket on just in case the Coast Guard drives by. It's everything. They will go for everything. I promise you. Crazy Cat Queen gives slap your meat different meaning. It does. Lindsay, Ian, didn't the Twitter vote that you were going to tune in from your shop tonight? He's on his way there. He'll tune in a second. Musical Soup. It's so great to hear that others exist that love to give a little kindness when we can. There's a lot of people out there. That's actually what this channel has kind of shown me a lot of, is that there's a hell of a lot of generosity, and there's a whole lot of people that are in this category of common sense. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. But where the hell did common sense go? Just saying, like, how many stories did you hear in the news? And like, yeah, water is wet, like fire is hot. Like, why are we just now figuring this out? And there's this side and this side. And then there's like common sense, which is often has like right in between the two, right where that Washington symbol is. That's the W. Lindsay, as someone with a weird food allergy, I always feel like a burden at any group event involving food. So I just eat first. Then people get upset that I'm not eating, which makes me feel even more bad. And it's a vicious cycle. Lindsay, I'm sorry. That's tough. I try to eat before I go anywhere. And you know what's funny about that is I will eat and I will actually not be hungry, but I will order food to make other people at the table feel comfortable. I don't have to eat it, but I will take like a bite to say it's okay to eat it. It's just about making other people feel welcome. Big welcome table. That's what's fun. Jenny Sears, thank you for the super sticker, and thank you for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. Jen K, allergy to natural latex in raw veggies and fruit. Y'all are MVPs to accommodate. Thank you for FNF. Jen K, thank you for being here. FNF, Friday Night Frenzy, it's a lot about you guys. So yeah, allergies are tough, man. It's really tough. And I will tell you that there's a certain amount of griping that I will have when someone says they're vegan. And I'll be like, oh, that's really annoying. But I will also accommodate. And I will go out of my way to make sure the food they're getting is not lesser than the food that everyone else is getting. For the kids, thank you very much. Saw this and made me think of you too. A man who works with his hands is a laborer. A man who works with his hands and his brain is a craftsman. But a man who works with his hands and his brain and his heart is an artist. Why did that make me emotional? Yes. I don't know what you guys want me to say to that. Yes. Yeah. I have another tough project coming up. Like, yeah. It's my outlet. This is how I process a lot of things that I can't during the week. Like my job of being a full-time lawyer and dealing with other people's lives. I give every one of those things the moments that they deserve. And I give them all of my attention, everything I have. And it leaves a lot that needs to just have an outlet. So that's the woodworking, and that's the making. That's the outlet. That's the piece. So that's where you find that. If it's art, I love it. It's great. Thank you for the kids. Carl, PNW, my brother's making me an oak hope chest for my birthday. He passed, and his girlfriend's father, who was a wood carver, finished it, so I'd get it for Christmas. Yeah. Y'all killing me tonight. Yep. Yeah. Any other reasons why you shouldn't like just go and make something or like write something down in a book or just your years on this earth are quantifiable. You don't know when. You don't know how. You have no clue what is going to become of your life and how long it's going to last. Not a clue. Some of us are blessed with 100+ years. Some of us are granted only a short few. Some enter this world and leave within a few hours. The time you spend here is impactful. And it resonates for a lot longer. It impacts those around you. It can change their whole perspective on life. It can divert their purpose to something good. How many cancer doctors are out there that lost someone in their life to cancer? How many lawyers are out there that studied law because something happened that they saw wasn't right? Life matters. People matter. Every minute. One of my friends from high school gave birth about 2.5 months ago. She was advised against carrying that baby to term. She gave birth. And she loved that baby. She posted pictures and it was beautiful and wonderful. And it was probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen, the coolest acts of strength I've ever seen in my life, to watch her do that. Because then 1 month later, it was the announcement that baby had passed. How many lives did that baby change? How many? Inquantifiable. Go do something. Go make something. Be a good person. It's not hard. Just do it.
No.
I needed you, buddy. I was going deep.
Oh, well.
Oh,
I'm back. I may need to grab a piece of leather in a moment, but
do that. Yeah.
it depends on which project I want to do. I don't think I
What are you
want to
making?
work on the knife. Well, I got two projects. One of them is going to be a sheath for this knife. Let me swap out so people can see that.
Ian, check your mic. What's your mic doing right now? It's cool.
Is the mic not working?
No, it's working. It's just kind of quiet. Can you? Let me see if I can up the volume for you. Let me do this. Let me try.
Let me see if I've got my mic.
Oh, you know
properly.
what? It was my setting. You're good. You had your mic like toned down in StreamYard, and I just put to auto. Talk.
Testing. I've got the mic wrong.
Oh no.
Plugged in. Let me see if I can.
That's better.
Testing.
I'm testing. You're just in a really unfortunate freeze frame. Zora's got your cord. Like Zora is running around
Can you
the
hear me?
backyard with your Ethernet cord.
Is that better?
Yeah. The studious look. You're frozen on a studious look. Oh, there you go. There you go. What are we doing now? We're now spinny wheel. We love it. We love it. We love it. Zora just jumped out of the house, grabbed the Ethernet cord, and started sprinting. And now I can see Ian. Blink if you're alive. Guys, is Ian a robot? Ian's totally a robot. He's a robot. Buffering. We are professionals. Yeah. Oh, he's not blinking. Yeah, he's a robot. Strike that pose. Yes. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Let me catch up on some of these because some of these are going to not make sense if I cover them later. Time Lords, thank you very much. Thank you for being so giving, open, and raw. I am who I am, guys. I never apologize for that, and I'm happy to be that person. Joshua Ten Hog, thanks for another great FNF. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. You too as well. Thank you for all the gifted memberships and for participating in the chat and finding a great community and helping to encourage that community. Truffle Hound, incoming joy. Check DM. My word, there's a photograph. What's this photograph, Truffle Hound? What? I got a new toy. Big ass grill cooking on the farm. Mama Hound bought the chairs. We've got chairs. Hang on.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
So this is the knife.
Ooh.
But I'm thinking I want to. So I've been working on a project for Prototopics, and the next step of it is putting this onto leather.
Oh, good luck.
So people are saying, should Zora be blamed for this? No, Zora didn't do anything. I took this laptop out for travel, and then I forgot to plug the Ethernet cable back into it. So yeah. This is
to Truffle Hound. Go ahead.
This is part of the thing I'm making for Prototopics. This will be one part of it.
Cool.
So there's going to be more parts of it, but for right now, I got to make them.
We have to get you a CNC.
We do, but they're expensive, and that's its own thing.
We can find a way to build one for cheaper.
That's fair. So I think I'm going to work on the David project for now, but that means I have to get up for a second and find some leather. So I'll be right back.
Okay, do that. Trouble Hound, that looks awesome. I love the setup. It's fantastic. Steph, hugs to you. Rob, thank you very much. Friday night feeling stream, sending love to all. Thank you, Rihanna. Very much appreciated. Ashley Miller, it's okay. We're all here for you. You guys are here for each other too. That's what it's. That's what it is. That's what it is. Chris Cat Queen, you know it allows the U.S. to get a potty break too. It allows us to get a potty break too. Yes, yes. Guys, take your breaks whenever you need to. Musical Soup, thank you for the super chat. I'm getting in hospital tests Monday through Wednesday. I don't know how long or short I have, but I'm grateful for each moment with everyone. Here's to longer and better times. Musical Soup, here's to several more years of great, amazing life. And regardless of how many years that is, live every moment as if it was the most important to be lived. Cheers to you. Best of luck. Godspeed. My prayers are with you. Equality. How is Ian frozen at the right moment? Wonderful looks. He's really good at the freeze frame. He really is. It's fantastic. Zebra Z, my brother made an oak cradle for his first. Was used for his kids. I brought it home and used it for my newborns, hoping it will be a family heirloom. Yes. Like, yes. Like all the yes. Absolutely yes. Joey Jones Donnelly, thank you very much. I visited a home my grandfather owned and a neighbor bought it 40 years ago. He was a carpenter and the neighbor kept a curio he built, gave it to me. Wow. That is really cool. The curio cabinet, for people who don't know, there are the glass display cabinets where like the cabinet is the bookshelf. And then there is a glass frame or glass enclosure so you can keep things and display them without getting dust on them. It's a curio cabinet. B. Hartling, I made blankets with both of my grandchildren using patches from our old clothes, and now they won't sleep without them. Every kid, man, they all have their stuff. Aussie Overlord. One day, the last person that remembers your name will pass away. Get out there and do something to make a difference and postpone that day for as long as possible. No excuses. Chin up, mate. It's Friday. It is Friday, Hayden. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for being here, buddy. You know, we can talk serious stuff and laugh at the same time. It's a really cool thing. And I do love that all of you guys can go back and forth as we talk about all this stuff, because that's what life is, man. You know what's weird about life? You can be happy as hell.
You want a short
laughing.
list?
Yeah, you want alphabetically, chronologically, or numerically. You can be laughing your ass off one moment and then hysterical in tears the next. That's emotion. That's just what life is.
You don't need to tell me about that. Been feeling it.
I know. Diana B. Rob, don't let your client Zora be blamed for that. I'm not. I see no photos. We are good. I am now a pondered attorney, apparently.
You know, the reason why you don't see any photos of Zora is that she can only be photographed when she's at rest. When she's in motion, she just comes out as a blur.
You shouldn't be sharing that with the defense. Just saying.
Well, I'm just saying that there being no photographs is in fact entirely consistent with her guilt.
False. Sell that to a judge.
I would.
Zora
except that
is
I quite
innocent.
like Zora.
Zora is innocent.
Zora is not innocent.
All I have to do is say,
opposites.
look at that face. Would that face do half of what the prosecution alleges in this moment?
And I'd be like, she's doing it right now.
And I would say, Mr. Runkle, I apologize for saying that you cannot be trusted to this court, but your word means nothing because I see nothing of Zora doing any of this bad.
Meanwhile, she's sitting there with a mouthful of cable.
Where did the cable come from? Could it have been the neighbors? Could it have been something she dug up from the backyard?
I mean, quite possibly. I could see her trying to dig up my electrical
reasonable
cables.
doubt that you are the cable owner, my friend.
You know she's going to try to eat every cable she can get her hands on.
Not mine. I'm her attorney.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to stop her.
Heather, aren't you Rob? Aren't you Zora's attorney? I don't think you should suggest your client might be messing with the internet. You know, there's nothing criminal in that. She could have grabbed the cable and released it voluntarily. So just saying.
No one's believing this, Rob.
I know. Jen K, losing my husband led to my solo travel channel. Jen K, I am sorry for the loss of your husband. I am proud of you for making that life or making this life something amazing for yourself. I hope it is amazing. If you send me the link to that travel channel, I can ask the mods to repost it. And mods, if you guys see it, if she posts it, you guys can repost it. Okay. So Jen K, please send that link to the channel. JR, my dad died when I was 7 from a heart defect. I now work in cardiac ICU. See,
that's awesome.
That's what I was saying. I get to honor him every time I get to be a part of saving someone else. I get an overwhelming sense of peace on the unit. That right there. The impact that people have just by existing. Yeah, absolutely.
When I went to because of the fundraising for Extra Life, they took me on a tour of the stollery there, just to sort of show me sort of some of where those dollars go and so forth. One of the people on the tour was a woman whose daughter had been quite ill and had spent a lot of time at the stollery. And, she was saying basically that, part of her connection was the time her daughter had spent there, in various, trying to get better and so forth over time. And ultimately her daughter had sort of succumbed to illness, but it was still, there was that connection there, and knowing that she was able to help others, it was quite moving. So,
so I want to ask you a question, but before I do, Zora the dog has been wrongfully accused of this crime. These inappropriate charges must be dismissed. I cannot abide my client facing another day of malicious accusations.
She's only facing a small fine, right?
The fine, however small it might be, is a burden that this dog should not bear. Slander. Zora is protecting Ian from the snakes. Just bad eyesight. Not proven. Defamation. Lies and slander. Zora pleads no. Zora does not plead no contest. We do not know. That was a plea that was accepted without counsel. Motion to dismiss charges granted.
Zora pleads it was funny at the time.
Zora ate your retainer.
Yeah, Zora pleads it was funny at the time.
It was. Zora and Fred have a club. Yeah, they both owe me a lot. Let's see here. We don't care about believing. We still side with Zora. This is great.
I feel like there's a fair bit of chat that's just like, if Zora did it, then Ian had it coming.
I know. It's fantastic. It's like justifiable. Like, it's justifiable cable homicide is what it is. It's justifiable Ethernet cable homicide. So Zora shall not be blamed. Yeah. We had like 2 more. So Ian, on this point, I want to bring this up. You raise money for the stollery, and the stollery has a very significant part of your life. Are you comfortable sharing that?
It's not that I wasn't at the stollery. I was at a different hospital in my early years.
Children's Hospital.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I've mentioned this before, where my first memory is of being in an oxygen tent, which is not a lot of fun. If you guys have never been in one, I don't recommend it. It's a very poor vacation plan, especially as a kid, because you're in this, sort of solitary, isolated, terrifying plastic bubble while people around you are kind of screaming and, unhappy and so forth. I don't recommend it, but it was kind of important because I used to have really bad asthma. And so I would get sent for like hospitalization over pretty trivial exposure to various allergens. So because of that, you sort of recognize that things suck for sick kids a lot of the time. One of the things I was quite impressed and pleased to see at the Stollery was that they put a lot of effort into making the experience a little better. And this is a really small thing, but it kind of goes to part of their philosophy of how to deal with stuff. As you head out toward, like, as you get wheeled in towards surgery, they've got this like arch of lights.
Mm-hmm.
So this kid passes through this arch of, of sort of sparkling lights and, decorations and so forth, which I think is kind of nice because when you're getting wheeled off to surgery, even as an adult, that's kind of terrifying. So they've got like video games the kids can play while they're in the waiting rooms. They've got, it's stuff just because they recognize that if the kid's happy and not, miserable, they're going to be fighting a little harder. It's kind of hard to fight when, if life just sucks every moment of it. That's one of the reasons I'm so glad to see, Corey, who's got a real fight, sort of surrounded by so much love and so much, sort of positive energy and positive everything. And he's such a happy, cheerful, even when he's having a really bad day, he's not, if I was in his shoes, I'd be grumpy, I'd be angry, I'd be all sorts of things. Right. But he's just so I'm always heartened by that. And I'm playing with knives at the moment. So
I'm watching. We're all watching.
What is it?
I
Against the Tide sent me some Band-Aids at one point.
Well, I have pickle Band-Aids and unicorn Band-Aids. You want some unicorn Band-Aids?
I'm okay. Usually if I cut myself in here, I've got some like cotton makeup pads that I use for applying chemicals, but I'll throw a clean one on and throw some tape on it and just call that a day.
How do you not have a Stop the Bleed kit like in your?
I've got a Stop the Bleed kit, but my Stop the Bleed kit is for boo-boos that are bigger than that.
Boo-boos that are caused by the things that are not this pen.
Yeah, it's so I'm not going to slap a tourniquet on for like I cut myself with with all of this stuff, but yeah, it's so my Stop the Bleed kit is a little more intensive than that. There is a a first aid
quick clot and like a first aid kit in your shop.
I don't need quick clot for this.
I have quick clot in my shop.
I'm gonna get a proper Stop the Bleed kit and set it up in here, with like an Israeli bandage and all of that stuff. But that's more for power tools, because if you accidentally tag yourself with the
Ian, have you done this?
Oh yeah, I do that all the time. I've got
fantastic
super glue right here,
like CA glue. Like I have CA glue, and I'll just all the time.
Yeah, they actually make medical CA glue. Now that's not what I'm using. Yeah, really, it's used in hospitals.
I need that.
Yeah,
I just do like the quick CA and like accelerator like.
Yeah, I just use the just the standard stuff, but they do make medical grade, which I think just is kind of cleaner and doesn't have some of the chemicals that maybe you don't want in your body.
The hemostatic powder, that's the quick clot I have. Yeah, it's great.
I have never had a need for it, but it's one of those things that if you're in circumstances where you may start bleeding rapidly, then it's good to have. And by bleeding rapidly, I mean like not, I cut my finger, but maybe, I cut my finger off. Or, although I wouldn't want to use any sort of powder or anything in that, because then I might want it reattached. But like, hey, this saw blade exploded and sliced into my arm. So Mandy B is warning that she almost cut her finger off with a knife similar to the one I'm using. So I will be careful.
Other thing is change the blade frequently. Like when those get dull, that's when they get dangerous.
Oh yeah, I mean, I bought a big. I don't know if it made it out here yet.
Like the big kit of blades, like all the blade, like they stack them up.
Yeah, it's like it's 50 blades in that, and what do you call it? And you just slide a little thing and it ejects another blade. It's great. I just got a new one and I haven't yet put it up on the wall here, but it'll be going up on the wall shortly. And then as soon as this thing stops cutting smoothly, you just like, okay, out it goes into the trash.
Yep. See you later. Bye-bye.
I wrap them in tape just because, I don't want like somebody to be digging through my trash and get slashed to bits.
Yep.
Because sometimes people look for bottles and shit in there.
Christy, thank you for the super chat. I joined during your deep dive. My mom was diagnosed with cancer yesterday, so it hits home. I will say to anyone facing that in the moment, I received some very, 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 very important advice from some dear friends of mine when my dad got diagnosed. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what you're doing tomorrow, the day after, etc. Make the time, make the visit. When things start going south, they go south faster than you can imagine. And it might not be today, tomorrow, next year, 2 years from now. Do not take this time for granted. You have been given the opportunity of time.
I feel that. Debating whether I want to print. No, I want to leave some edging on that. So, no, I feel that in a big way right now. So,
yep.
I will re-emphasize that you may not have as much time as you think you have. The other thing is that people will often downplay the severity of their situation.
Always.
And so if they tell you that, things are okay, they're probably not as okay as that. And if they tell you that things are, starting to look bad, drop everything. So, yeah, hard lessons learned there, but do it.
Mm-hmm. Charlie Raven, I mentioned in chat last time, but it was important to me that you guys know I was in the hospital with severe sepsis and your familiar voices got me through. I've been home a week now. Thank you for what you do. Charlie, thank you for sharing that.
And we're glad you're here. And every time I get a story of somebody saying you helped me through something difficult, that just makes me so happy. Those are the best.
I have trouble processing it sometimes, like that people would hear us like talking and it would matter. But
I hear you. It's just like it doesn't feel real, but I know that that it is for people. So yeah.
It's awesome. Charlie, rapid recovery to you, my dear. I hope that you are doing so much better. And sepsis is not something small to get beyond. So I'm very, very,
that's a
very
big one.
glad. That's one of those that can punch a ticket. So I'm glad you're home and recovering. So congratulations on that success. And thank you for just participating and sharing with the chat.
Yeah, I've seen too many people ride that particular train lately. If we're talking about tickets and so forth, it's
we don't need to do that anymore. I'd like to avoid that.
Yep. We could take a break from that. That would be okay.
Jessica P, just because I love Robin Runkle, love listening to you guys. Thanks for an awesome FNF. Good night, all. Good night to you, Jessica. I hope you have a wonderful evening and a great weekend. AI Shirley, thank you. I had my MRI done at the Children's Hospital here in Vancouver, and I wish it was hospital for everyone because the colors were amazing. You got to watch videos. The music was nice. It wasn't sterile. Yeah.
I mean, hospitals just kind of suck.
Like up your freaking game, man. Up your game.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because when I had my appendix out, I wake up and I'm in a sort of quiet bed alone with sort of groaning going around me, and it's like, no, that's not fun. And I mean, that's just my appendix, right? Imagine if you were driving, or you're just walking along and somebody hits you with their car, and that's where you wake up, and that's a terrifying place to wake up, as opposed to, it doesn't have to be. It could be quite a pleasant, you could be trying to make it as reassuring and calming as you possibly can, as opposed to something out of a horror film. There's a reason why so many horror films are set in old hospitals.
Because they're terrifying.
Also, the chat is saying that you need to talk about Shaq.
I know. I'm getting there. 2 more comments. Be right there.
Chat, if he doesn't get to Shaq, I will add Shaq to my Monday list. I wasn't planning
Shaq's
on
there.
it, but okay, good. We're getting to Shaq.
Yeah.
We're going to have the Shaq attack. It's going to happen.
Oh my God, it's so terrible. Chris Cat Queen, do not underestimate the value of a tampon for knife/bullet wounds in a pinch. Make sure you leave the string for extraction at hospital. Yes. Oddly enough, but no, because that can actually lead to sepsis.
Also, the absorbency of those is very poor. You do better just stacking cloth on top of it.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, if you go on Wikipedia, it'll tell you the maximum absorbency of various ratings of tampon, and it's a tiny amount of blood, or tiny amount of liquid. So it's basically, if you're going to lose that much or that little liquid, you are going to be fine anyway. But for most circumstances, you're going to need to just keep adding cloth to it, or if you've got it, gauze, but otherwise, or a seal, but otherwise just keep adding. It's time for everybody there to lose their shirt.
Yeah, not paper, cotton.
Yeah.
Lynn, fun fact: Vietnam medics use super glue to close wounds long enough to get injured soldiers to field hospitals. Wow, that's really cool.
Oh, it's got a lengthy history. And what do you call it? The super glue thing is one of those funny things, because it came up, from what I understand, as emergency use led to the medical use, and not the other way around. So,
okay. Just making a quick comment here. Here for years, my dad passed from cancer. The last time I saw him at Christmas 2011, he was in quite good shape. Doctors had given him a year. 3 months later, he was gone. I didn't get to say goodbye.
Oh,
here for years.
I'm sorry.
That is a story that I hear a lot, and that's why I make the comment I do. I'm glad that the last opportunity that you had was a pleasant time. I'm sad that you were not able to say goodbye after that. I hope that you have come to find peace with that. So that's my prayer for you this evening. And honestly,
one of the most,
you can still talk to him.
One of the most important and yet difficult things is finding a way to forgive yourself.
Yes.
In some ways, it's a lot easier to forgive other people than it is to forgive ourselves, because we know exactly what we did and we know exactly what we didn't do, but we tend to blame ourselves more for the things that were out of our control. We imagine situations, or we imagine could have been scenarios, and because it's us, we say, well, I could have done that, where you wouldn't have held anyone else to the same standard. And I think it's really easy to be mean to yourself in ways that you wouldn't be mean to other people.
Yep.
Ask yourself, is this something I would say to anyone else who is grieving? And if the answer is no, then maybe you shouldn't say it to yourself either. I know that's kind of a rough way of saying it, but it's something I've had to apply to myself recently, and and it's helped. If that makes any sense.
It does. It really does. So my prayers go to you.
And I see we've got prototopics in the chat, so this
I
is
saw
for
'em.
you eventually. But I was showing the panel that I already made. So this is going to be going to prototopics at some point. I just got a lot of work to do between now and then. That
Well, and on topic is people ask, like, there's a dinosaur on my shirt. There is. This is Gaming Dino. This was drawn by Rick Hoag's daughter, the littlest Hoagling. She drew this. So, yeah, that's the Gaming
so next
Dino.
time you see Rick, ask him how it feels to not be the most talented Hoag in his family.
Don't say that. Terrible.
I mean, that's pretty talented, that dino.
I know it is. And Sharon's awesome too. And all of them, they're all great. Everyone's great.
Oh, I mean,
They're
there's a
all
lot of
fantastic.
talent in that family, but I'm going to give the prize to the artist of the gaming dino.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's great. Rob, what happened to
it's
Shaq?
fun to tease Rick.
I don't know. What happened to Shaq? And here we go with a dramatic what happened to Shaq.
Now it's the Shaq attack.
It was a triple swoop.
I remember playing an old. So we got a Nintendo at one point when I was a kid, and
Oh my God,
it had
Ian, if you're
a,
about to give me a Nintendo story, I'm going to kill you.
well, it had a basketball game
Oh,
in
yeah.
it, and Shaq.
Wait, what just froze? No, why can't I hear? God. I don't like headphones. I don't like anything. Ian, can you talk? Can you hear me right now? Nod your head. Son of a.
So
Okay, you're
I
back.
can
I can hear you
hear
now.
my audio. People are saying has frozen.
No, I can hear you now, finally.
Okay, so Rob can hear me. Other people can't. I don't know why. What's going on?
I think chat is finally like saying we can now hear each other. Like, can we all be
Yay.
heard? We can all be heard. We're all being heard.
And the weird thing is, I didn't touch my mic, so that was strange.
I know I think it's got to be StreamYard. Like that has been twice tonight that my audio went nuts and I could hear everything else. Like I could hear notifications on my computer for everything.
There is another explanation, which is that Zora.
No, false. Do not impugn my client. I swear.
You've got a
Ian,
conflict of interest on this one.
These damages charges are increasing in value. Do you want to go for punitives? Because we can get there.
I feel like Zora has no damages on this one.
All right, Shaq.
I can bring out the cables that have
dang
been definitively chewed.
Gosh, dang it. Yeah, I see the chat's like, Rob, focus. I'm trying, guys.
And I might be doing the other thing.
I know you're doing the other thing because that's what you do. This is how the battle ensues. So there was a lawsuit filed not long ago. Well, actually, let me take that back. It was quite a while ago. So there's a lawsuit filed back in. This is the amended complaint, but the first lawsuit was filed November 14th of 2022. So this is the amended class action complaint and demand for jury trial. So we're going to sue everybody. And this is Adam Moskowitz. So remember BitBoy Crypto?
Mm-hmm.
And Adam Moskowitz?
Mm-hmm.
So, same lawyer sues the influencers and then sues a shitload of celebs. Just all
As
the
one
celebs.
does.
You know what?
I feel like it's
Every
kind of
now and
cool
then.
if you're what is it? I feel like it's kind of cool if your career path is just I sue celebrities.
Unless you don't know what you're doing, which is a funny part of the story that I'm going to get to in a second that a lot of people aren't reporting on. And I might have to actually kind of in part apologize to Ben Anderson / Bitboy Crypto. I'm not going to apologize for any of my commentary about the stupid shit you did. Like, I'm not going to do that. You did stupid shit. But comments about the attorney, I'm coming around to maybe the attorney wasn't worth all the things.
That's sad, but I mean, I mentioned during the BitBoy crypto thing, I was like, there's always the possibility, because he was saying like, hey, I've been sued, it's improper, you know, all of this. And it was like, fight it in court, dude. Like that's where you win this, is in court, not on the Twitters and in the guy's voicemail. And because that's how you take a winning case and turn it into a losing case.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So that's the thing. So I have a bunch of these things pulled up. Let me go through them quickly. So we've got this amended complaint. So Adam Moskowitz found a bunch of plaintiffs to sue everybody.
I'm sure it wasn't that hard. It was probably like, hey, did you lose money on, on FTX? Would you like to get some money back? Sign here. And I bet there was a whole bunch of people going, you betcha, I'm going to sign the heck out of that.
Well, let me give you an example. So here's the motion to dismiss that was filed April 14th. Motion to dismiss by defendants Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Steph Curry, Larry David, the Golden State Warriors, Udonis Haslem, Trevor Lawrence,
I love this combo.
Shohei Ohtani, Kevin O'Leary, David Ortiz, and Naomi Osaka.
Please don't tell me I'm going to end up feeling sympathetic for Kevin O'Leary on this file.
You might. Legit.
He's such a sack
all
of
of
garbage.
like
though.
the thing is, this lawsuit's a piece of shit. But
so is Kevin O'Leary.
I get it. And that's what they're going for. They're going for, these guys are POSs, but this lawsuit is more garbage than I've ever seen. This thing is trash.
Don't you hate it when bad people are in the right?
I don't really like it, but the more I've read these pleadings, the more I'm like, oh my God, this is terrible. This lawsuit is just hot, sweaty garbage. It's clout chasing. It's going after celebs because they're celebs. It's really bad.
I mean, you go after the people with money, but it's there's a limit to that, right?
Yeah, so they go after everybody, and they filed this lawsuit basically because these celebs they endorsed and went out and said FTX is great, right? But the lawsuit they were filing is saying that encouraged people to buy a certain product that FTX offered. That product was not mentioned in any of these ads. There's no suggestion that they were paid to do that. It's a specific product that they are suing over.
But I mean, is it a product that FTX sells?
They did, but the causal connection, really isn't there.
If I say go buy something from this drug dealer, and that drug dealer happens to sell fentanyl and weed, I feel like there's a connection if people go and buy fentanyl.
Okay, so here's the thing.
And fentanyl is probably a better investment than FTX.
So there's no connection that these guys ever knew that FTX was selling this stuff.
But did they have an obligation to know? Because sometimes ignorance is not a shield.
For SEC claims.
I mean, it's a genuine question. I'm not saying that I know what
It
the
is.
answer
I've read this, and I think that getting to personal liability on these individuals. Look, there's liability to go around. It's no one's pocketbooks has the money. So FTX, they don't have the money. Sam Bankman-Fried, no money. Caroline Ellison, no money. Nishad
I
Singh,
mean, Sam
no money.
Bankman-Fried still has more money than he ought to.
He's in negative dollar. Well, he's still paying attorneys, so maybe not
I
negative
mean, he's
dollars.
still paying all sorts of things.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
he's
true.
still getting, what was it, that subscription sports thing?
Oh yeah, his Game Pass, NFL Game Pass.
I'm like, if he's able to keep paying that, then we need to turn him upside down and shake him until the rest of his coins fall out.
From how high? I think a skyscraper is good.
I mean, I'm not saying we should drop him afterwards.
No,
but
securely holding him.
just
with
do the
all the
Batman thing,
precautions.
but shaking him
Yeah.
until money comes out.
Yeah, with all precautions taking place.
The Batman scene of like, where is he? The guy's like,
Where
"Don't
is
know."
he? And then drop him with the cord. That, yeah, that we can do that. That's a thing still, right?
I mean, I think that's something we can sentence people to in courts.
Not legal advice. So going on,
Not legal advice, just hilarious advice.
hilarious. So they sue literally every celebrity involved. Like, hey, FTX has no money. We're going to go after you guys because you promoted it. And to be honest, some of the celebs, like, they probably, the fact they have this lawsuit against them, I'm going to say that's a pain in the ass enough. That's where my head is right now. So among the celebrities sued, Tom Brady, Larry David, Trevor Lawrence, like legit everybody.
And
Shaq.
it's funny because Larry David is the guy in the ad who goes, I don't think you should buy this. And then, what is it? I mean, they show him as like a loser for that. But it is funny that his role in the ad is like the guy who's not buying the stuff.
I know. And
No, I mean,
he actually
of
uses
course.
that. He actually uses that in his motion to dismiss.
Really? That is cool.
I had forgotten about this lawsuit because honestly, there wasn't a lot of traction. And the Shaq stuff had me go do like the deep dive. And I was like, oh my God, there's so much going on. There's so much going on. It's so fun. So the lawsuit is like going haywire. So there's an order to show cause issued by the court sua sponte, which means from the bench, not provoked by motion. Like the court on its own says, hey, you plaintiff, tell me why I shouldn't do this thing, like hold you in contempt or dismiss this case. Okay. So one of the show cause rules was, hey, plaintiffs, tell me why I shouldn't dismiss this case because you haven't served Naomi Osaka or Shaquille O'Neal. So tell me why I shouldn't dismiss this case because you haven't served them. And this
Now, rich people can be really hard to serve if they want to avoid you.
Oh, and this is great. So this is March 10th. That was when the court said, show up, tell me why. And they file a response and they say it is hard to plausibly state that any of the defendants sued in this action have not had actual knowledge of the allegations. Here's the thing. I have this conversation with people all the time. I'm sure you do too, Ian. Whether they know or not doesn't matter.
Sometimes it does.
It does, but you have to actually provide the court with enough that they know they were served with the summons that they have to appear.
Or what you also could do is get substitutional service.
Well, and that's what they end up asking for later.
And I mean, it seems to me that substitutional service might be an easy ask on this.
It was denied. It was denied.
Because, I mean, I'd be like, here are the 10 different ways that we've tried to serve them. We failed at all of them. We know that these people have the following agents.
Yeah.
Like, this is their registered agent. We're going to serve their agent. And I think that the court would usually be like, Cool.
No, it gets denied. It gets denied. Ian, we're almost there. It gets denied.
Oh,
it's
Christ.
so funny. It gets denied. So they go about this is the plaintiff's response saying, this is why we haven't served Shaq yet. So we haven't served Shaq yet. This is why.
I'm just wanting to hear just how bad these lawyers screwed up to get that denied, because that seems like an easy ask.
So they reach out to everybody. They send, here's a waiver. Like, can you please like waive service? Naomi Osaka, after all of this, like appears voluntarily and says, no problem, bro. We'll fight this here. Shaquille O'Neal has demonstrably had actual notice of this action since December 15th, when CNBC published an article containing his comments that said, a lot of people think I'm involved, but I was just a paid spokesperson for the commercial. Cool, no problem.
That doesn't mean he knows he's sued.
I know, it goes on, yada, yada. Shaq has a lot of houses. I didn't know he had a lot of houses. He has a lot of houses.
I mean, if I was him, I'd probably buy houses that I just like, just to frustrate servers. Like you do a real estate search and there's like 40 different places.
Did you know he's a sworn sheriff?
I did not. That's even funnier.
He's a sworn sheriff. Hang on, let me see if I can't find the photo. Shaq, sworn sheriff.
Is he in a uniform? Where did they get the uniform?
Will you stop for 2 seconds? Let me go. Will you stop? Will you stop? Like, give me 2 seconds.
Because he's like 20 feet tall.
I understand your concern, but you have to let me get there. Shaquille O'Neal sworn in as honorary deputy at Louisiana Sheriff's Office.
He's the only one not in a uniform.
Uh-huh. Look how tall this man is.
He like would have bankrupted their entire department just for the cloth to make a uniform for him.
He's a sworn sheriff. Like, he is an honorary sheriff. So
now,
he's a lawman.
Does honorary give him any actual powers, or is it just that they like Shaquille?
I don't care. It's Shaq. He's a sheriff. Why do I care about the details at this point?
I mean, because they can only get funnier.
Look at how tall he is.
It can only get funnier. That's why.
He is huge.
You know what does disappoint me, though? You see all the people with the cowboy hats? They should have put a cowboy hat on Shaq just for that extra couple of inches of height.
Opportunity. Son of a bitch. How did you miss that chance? Hang on. Shaq in, there's got to be a photo. Cowboy hat.
And if not, Mid-Journey can make one.
I don't care. Oh, I need to see this image. Does he ever wear one? No. Nope. Son of a bitch. Why did you not capitalize on that?
Now, one thing I got to say is that Shaq always seems like he's having a good time including at like every random event.
He's also like a genuinely good person.
I feel like he'd be a decent guy to hang out with. Although now somebody's going to come in the chat and be like, "Hey, he never tips, waiters or something."
No. You actually won't. You won't find those comments. Like, Shaq is the person who goes to a Walmart. Shaq goes to a Walmart and like pays off the entire like layaway section of the Walmart.
Oh, that's Shaq, awesome.
He goes into a jewelry store, and there are stories of him being in a jewelry store, like just picking out like a new ring or something like that, and he'll hear a debate between like a newlywed couple, and he will go and pay off. He'll buy the rings. Like, he'll just go and say, "Hey," and he won't tell them he's doing it. He just goes and does it.
That's nice. I've done something similar on a much smaller scale at like, after I won at the Supreme Court, I was feeling pretty good, and it was Valentine's Day. And let me tell you, the restaurant was not keen on seating me because it's like, oh, table for one on Valentine's Day? Are you kidding me? They were like, they actually had a debate as to whether they'd seat me. And I was like, please. So finally they sat me down. And there was a guy who looked like he was sort of eyeballing the menu, trying to figure out if he could afford things. And so I was like, my bill and their bill, please. They were,
Yeah.
and then I just got up and left. And so I was, had that all covered. I don't know, sort of, what the reaction was. It was just like, nope, if you're there trying to treat your girl to a nice outing and you don't know what's, if you can cover it. I mean, it helped that a friend of mine had sent me some cash saying, go treat yourself. And I was like, well, I can treat them too. So,
yeah. And Shaq is the kind of guy that he has done that on several occasions.
oh, that makes me so glad to hear, because I hate the stories where you hear people who you think they're good people.
No,
and then they
he does this routinely, and he never, ever, 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 ever. It's not like there's no PR person there. There's nobody there. The people that report like years later, and they say, yeah, he did this for me.
That's awesome. Because I feel like that's one of the things I'd want to do if I had like Elon Musk money, is just quietly make people's lives better.
It'd be really fun. If I'm being honest, it'd be a ton of fun.
It would. Mr. Beast gets to have a ton of fun with, his sort of situation in life, because he's like, hey, I can go and pay off somebody's mortgage for giggles, that kind of thing. And I'm like, I wish I could do that. So,
Ian, can you explain the campfire thing you're doing?
So, David Prototopics is in the course of developing a new role-playing game, and he's calling it Campfire Kingdoms. So, because of that, I am making him a thing, but it's going to include this panel that is going to say Campfire Kingdoms on it, and it's going to have an image of a campfire, assuming I don't screw it up, which is entirely possible because I have picked a very challenging two-tool image for this. So we're going to see if I can manage to make that not suck. But right now I am trying to do the lettering, which is tough. This is a lot of finicky carving work, and you slip with the knife and it gets wrecked. So that's just sort of where we go. So
be patient.
Yep. I mean, this is kind of the ideal situation because it's enough. I can banter back and forth, and it keeps my brain from inventing distractions. But it's not like, it's not like I'm doing like a TV interview or something where if I fall silent for a moment, people are going to freak out or something. It's kind of a chill hangout.
It's like me hand planing in the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Shaq, back on topic.
Set a timer, folks.
The process servers made several attempts at the most recent last known address for Shaq in Texas. After learning he sold his former residence to his ex-wife. Okay, so we try to serve him a bunch. And when I tell you that the process servers are relentless, let me show you what they did.
See, the thing is I would have Breaking Bad'd this shit. I would have had a process server at every location he's been known to live at to serve him simultaneously. Seriously.
I have never seen, they hired some people because this is a summary description of the efforts they made. 3/8/2023. Another attempt to contact Leonard Armato, blah, blah, blah. Phone number, that's public record. I'm sorry, guys. It is what it is. I left a voicemail. Do you think it's a good idea if you call him as well? Blah, blah, blah. Service type, unsuccessful attempt. No answer at the door. Callback card. Left prior was gone. I left a voicemail for Shannon. She is the executive assistant for Perry Rogers. He represents Shaq. I'll keep you posted. By the way, all of these were filed in public. So these are all public record. Every one of them. Second address.
This is one of the things that kind of sucks about lawsuits is that they basically dox the hell out of everyone involved.
They do. And they actually go to images of the house. And I'm just checking because I can't show that image because it has the license plate shown. It's a photo of the car, like the truck with the license plate and the address that has the address. So I'm not going to show those.
You need to upgrade your Adobe subscription so that you can use the redact feature.
Well, I do have the redact feature, buddy. This one I didn't catch it in time.
Fair enough. Yeah, and you don't want to do it live because then, of course, everyone sees what was getting redacted.
Redacted? Yeah. So, anyways, it's going on saying everyone knows, Shaq knows it's going on, yada, yada.
Yada, yada is a bad phrase to use in a filing.
It is, and they say, look,
or any paraphrase of yada, yada.
We've tried to work with him. We've tried to serve him everywhere. We've contacted all his previous attorneys. Here are all the articles, all the stuff. And the judge is like, fine, you have more time. We'll give you more time to serve him.
More time is fair.
This is when I started to question the plaintiff's attorney. So,
I was going to say, so far they seem to be doing okay.
The defendants file a motion to amend the status order that says, like, hey, give us an accelerated briefing. Do you see anything in this file that might give you concern? Like, for example, highlighted comments or annotations.
Wait, they filed this? Those aren't your annotations. They filed they filed their edit notes? No, you don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe that's a screw up, but you shouldn't do that.
This is downloaded directly from Pacer.
Now, the question is, there's edit notes.
There wasn't anything bad.
Notes.
There wasn't anything bad. It wasn't anything bad. It was one of those, like, it was like I saw this and immediately downloaded every filing. Like, I was like, no, this didn't happen. Because I pulled it up, I was going, wait, what am I looking at?
Because there was a story that was circling around a bit ago of not a filed document, but a document where they sent something to the other side, and it included their editing notes, and some of those editing notes were comments on opposing counsel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, make this simple. Opposing counsel's fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of edit note. And I did glance at the time before I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are the kind of edit notes you don't want to have leave your office, and those are the kind of edit notes that, quite frankly, I tell people just don't make.
This is a great freaking comment. Chat wins. 173 LSAT score. I cannot believe it. I saw this. So this is clearly the plaintiff's staff or paralegal who is commenting on this. On February 10th, almost 2 months ago, the court entered a standard order. Comment. Where was it? Is this the number from the wrong case? DE 49 was an order granting DE 48, which was Chris Carr. Oh, crap. Chris Carver's motion to consolidate and motion to dismiss from different defendants. It wasn't a standard order. Whoa, there we go.
I mean, that's not the worst thing you could put in there, right?
It's not. But this was filed in Pacer. This is filed. This is everything.
Yeah.
One motion or one response. So I immediately downloaded everything, and I have not found anything since then. but egg on face, man. Like,
Well, and they're probably going to be going back to the court asking for permission to replace that filing.
nope, they
And
haven't, because the court has shown no sympathy on that.
Yeah, it sounds to me like the court would probably say, "Huh, sounds like you dumb." And I mean, I guess that they probably don't want an official filed document from the court going, "Nah, you're dumb is your problem." So, yeah, maybe they're just going to eat it.
Well, and this gets it to this point. Oh, Lindsay, that is not Shaq. And these are AI versions. Yes, I see them. I will pull one up if I can. So this is their motion to basically say, hey, we tried all we could. Can we serve him by alternate means?
Court. Hilarious.
So why are you doing the emphasis added? Like dozens of attempts in multiple states and countries.
There's a time and a place for it, but usually it's not that time or place. The best place for it is in quotations, where you need a specific, element to be highlighted. Like you'll see the courts do that all the time, but I don't see a reason to put the emphasis. You could just say dozens. You don't want to sound like you're, you end up sounding like you're a valley girl or something when you overemphasize.
Mr. O'Neill's conduct in the last 5 months in evading service in this action is unprecedented. Bullshit.
If you want to say evading service,
you are out of your mind if you are saying that is unprecedented.
If you want to say evading service, I want to see more in your affidavit than that. I want to see something like, he got there and we saw Shaq exit out the back window, climb over a fence, and run away into the bushes. Like that's evading service, right?
Well, and even then, unprecedented. Are you out of your effing mind? There are people that like unprecedented, and frankly, shocking.
I had a guy who moved like out of country to avoid service. So,
like, I'm sorry, kiddo, but you're like, this is not.
If the guy hasn't like fled to a war zone, then no. It's not unprecedented.
No, that's what I mean. I don't mean to be demeaning, but like, I'm sorry, kiddo, but
I mean, hell, there are mobsters who've had process servers killed.
Dude, I had to, well, my law partner had to serve someone that was out of state who was $75,000 in arrears in child support, had to serve him out of state. And the only way we could get service, private building, security, was on Halloween. They let the kids go trick-or-treating.
Did they have to bring a kid?
Yep. And
trick-or-treat, you've been served, dickhead.
Yep.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It was the only way they could get service. That was after a year and a half.
Because, some of those private buildings won't let couriers through. They'll say, we'll sign for it here.
Nobody. But I couldn't convince the court that they were evading service. That was just hey, that's tough on you. Sorry, buddy. That's tough. I'm sorry. That's hard. Like, you can get a drone to drop it off. No, you can't because it has to be a person that serves it. But you know what I mean?
I don't know if it has to be a person, but there does have to be a person.
Drone.
But if you had a drone with a live feed camera, you could say
that. Oh, I need this. I need to figure out if I can do this.
We need to do like a drone service.
We need to do this. I need to figure out if I can do this.
I mean, there should also be like ninja service where they just sneak into somebody's private building and they're like, the guy gets home and there's a shadowy figure waiting in the, in there.
No,
it's just like,
that's
you've been served.
That's scary. That's scary. That's very scary. But the drone service, because the thing is, we are concerned about process servers, to be honest. Like they're just trying to serve papers. There was a process server that was killed in Virginia not too long ago
Yep.
that kind of changed the standard for lawyers in what they tell process servers before they give scary stuff to serve.
Hey, I mean, I've got an entire adventure planned that will be about the characters are playing process servers.
Rob's law partner. Why did we get a drone delivered to the firm? Reasons. Just reasons. Experiment.
And I mean,
don't ask questions.
It actually works pretty well because if at the end of the day, if somebody takes a shotgun to the drone, it's like, okay, well,
It's
you
a
just
drone.
and you just add that to your lawsuit.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a drone. It's not a person.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you shot at the drone with a shotgun. Great. That's much better than you shot Joe with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Because Joe doesn't like that.
No. So I take issue with this statement of the conduct is unprecedented and frankly shocking. You're joking, right? Like, no, he's just tough to serve. Like, I'm sorry, he's just tough to serve. Yeah.
Although the best is serving people in prison. That's always wonderful because they got nowhere they can go.
It's true.
But they're also very unhappy to get your documents.
No, I will say this is pretty good. Just last week, after the eighth most recent attempt at O'Neill's Texas residence, plaintiff's process server in Texas received a threatening text message saying, "Shaq lives in the Bahamas, you stupid fuck. Give Beth Shaw my regards."
That is not a threatening text message. That is just saying, you stupid fuck.
Also, kudos on the attorney for doxing your fucking process server, you idiot.
Yeah.
What?
And here's the thing. I mean, you go on to Shaq's property. Like, if you're going up to a celebrity and you're continually trying to do something there and they don't know what it is, they've got the money to put a PI on figuring out who the F you are. So, I mean, that's probably them figuring out. They probably got a package of like, here's this guy. It's probably like he works as a process server. It's probably, court documents.
Yep. So let's see what the judge does.
But I mean, I wouldn't say that that's a threat. I would say I might have said something like it's concerning. I wouldn't have quoted that. I would have said they said this, and then they specifically mentioned his wife by name. Don't put her name in the filing. You just say that. And I would have said, this was concerning because he'd never told them the name, that kind of thing. Like, let the court do the. You almost in some ways want to say less than and let the court do the filling in the blanks. Because if the court decides to threaten,
plaintiff's counsel in this case they're in over their head. They're in over their head. I can tell you that.
I think
they're
this
in
is
over
a
their head.
Style thing, right? This is.
No, they're in over their head.
They're being a little bombastic.
I'll get to that in a second. So,
yeah.
And here's kind of the explanation. So, this is an order on their simple motion to serve by alternate means, right? So you would think it would be a line order or like a simple order that wouldn't really require a whole lot.
Yeah,
I mean, just say judge grants or judge denies.
Like Shaquille probably has a lawyer of record, like a lawyer he just uses for all of his shit.
They all said nah, bro. Everyone said nah, bro, not me. So you're right. You're right. There were previous lawyers. They tried to contact him. They all said no, not me.
Yeah,
I know. So here's the thing. Listen to what they're asking for. Plaintiffs moved to serve defendant Shaquille O'Neal under Texas law. This is a lawsuit filed in Florida, by the way.
Here's what you do.
Florida.
You start making some shoes, and you make the shittiest shoes ever made, and you call them Shaqs. And you put them out there, and then when his lawyer comes over to sue you, you just are like, "Here you go. You have now indicated your counsel of
just give
record."
it to him. Oh, you infringe his trademark. and you invite him to sue you. Oh, that's not bad. I kind of like that move. Nice move. So going on.
It's probably a terrible idea because they'd probably get more money out of the trademark infringement.
Here's their first problem. Plaintiffs moved to serve under Texas law where he is located. The suit is brought in Florida. The law dictates that Florida procedural rules dictate. Plaintiffs specifically request the court permit service on O'Neill via direct message from the Moskowitz law firm's Twitter account to one of O'Neill's Twitter accounts. This is where we are, people. This is where we are.
You can get service by Twitter, but I wouldn't start there.
Two, via DM from the Instagram account to his verified Instagram accounts.
The thing is you'd have a hard time showing that Shaq himself has ever checked any of those accounts.
That's what I mean. Like how
I would have suggested things like we're going to serve every one of his past lawyers. We're going to serve his agent. We're going to serve like these kinds of people. Yeah.
And you know what they left for last? Via email to prior and current counsel and other matters which they allege is permissible under Texas law. So it's like the judge is like, look, you asked me to do A, no. B, also no. 3, maybe, but Texas. And we're in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, you want to cite to the law of whichever place you actually exist.
Where was it? So the federal rules provide for serving the summons, yada, yada. Here we go. Florida law. Instead, God, I love judges. Sometimes I really do. Because the shade is just, it's not bad.
I love, I've said in many of my videos that I'm a fan of judicial snark because, like, a judge won't come out and call you an idiot. They will, however, like, quietly, just by the tone of how they phrase things, they'll quietly mock.
Like, this is one sentence, so few words, but so impactful. Instead, plaintiffs move to serve defendant under Texas law. That one sentence conveys so much. For Texas law to apply, Texas must be where service is made. I appreciate judges that do the short sentences. I love it.
I like judges that write like people.
Yep.
Which, you know, isn't always the case.
Yep. While plaintiffs allege that defendant O'Neill is domiciled in Texas, they do not allege that Texas is where service will be made. Oh. In fact, the court notes that plaintiffs provide no, emphasis added, explanation as to why Texas law should govern the service of defendant O'Neill. Plaintiffs request to serve defendant O'Neill electronically and do not request any form of physical service in Texas. Oh, this is a call out. In support of this tenuous argument, plaintiffs cite 2 cases, neither of which are binding in this district, where a court permitted service under the laws of their state.
You know, when they say that your argument is tenuous, that, you know, that's like, you're going to win, bro.
You're stretching. You're stretching. Yet, as explained below, neither cited case is applicable where plaintiffs seek to serve defendant O'Neill, emphasis added, via the internet. Yeah.
I mean, you can get internet service.
You can.
But typically, the one thing that you need, as like, at least in every situation where I've seen it, the one ingredient where you actually, that you need is, here is how I know that this particular account is checked by this particular person.
Oh, can we get to the last part?
No.
Yes, we can. You have to listen. Listen,
Okay,
focus. Focus. As an aside, the court notes that throughout this case's short tenure in litigation, plaintiffs have repeatedly failed to comply with the local rules and this court's orders, parentheses, despite several admonishments by the court itself, end parentheses, and footnote, see ECF number 47, striking a letter filed by plaintiffs in violation of local rules. ECF number 82, denying plaintiffs' request for a brief status conference for failing to include a conferral statement as required by local rules, and instructing plaintiffs to comply with the court's November 16th paperless order, which they had failed to do. ECF number 90, ordering plaintiffs to show cause why defendants Naomi Osaka and Shaquille O'Neal should not be dismissed because they failed to serve them. The court literally was like, you ask us to give you deference. You can't follow the rules. Now, at the instant juncture, plaintiffs have filed a motion that is factually unsupported and legally insufficient, particularly in such a complex and costly litigation for all parties involved. The court will not continue to tolerate such violations or frivolous arguments. Dude. Why have I not seen this until today? I am upset at myself. This was April 11th. Son of a bitch. This is amazing. Court was like, no. Hard pass.
I'm seriously like, wow.
Did you hear what I said?
Oh yeah, I had to go get another cola, but I threw you on speaker or on the speakers while I was stepped away, so I can hear it.
Particularly in such a complex and costly litigation for all parties, the court will not continue to tolerate such violations or frivolous arguments.
Now, just for the chat who aren't lawyers, frivolous is a word that is typically associated in legal documents with its companion word vexatious. And frivolous goes beyond just like your argument is silly. It goes into like, this is so bad that you are flirting with punishment.
So what I actually wanted to talk about, so this here for failing, blah, blah, blah. These are the violations they pointed out. Do you know how they commenced their lawsuit? Oh, where was it? So the very first pleadings.
I mean, I'm guessing it was like with the song "Send in the Clowns" at this point.
Well,
is that not a that not a way to file in or to commence a document now?
You said clowns intentionally. I don't like you.
I said clowns in a fun context.
I know. I was joking.
That wasn't
complaint.
That wasn't scary clowns.
Will you? I know.
Will
you focus? Will you focus?
No, I can't.
Now you can. So, complaint filed. Then here's the thing that no one wants to effing see. What's docket number 4?
Holy crap! Oh.
So complaint filed November 15th. The next day.
Ooh.
Bar letter sent to attorney David and Alex Boss, mailing date, blah, blah, blah.
So for the chat, that is sending a letter to the Law Society, the Bar Association, to be like,
they sent it to the
so bad,
attorneys.
And they, well, still, oh, you are not.
I wasn't.
They're gonna
kidding, buddy.
Holy!
I wasn't kidding. I wasn't fucking around. So
this is the kind of thing that is basically as as a lawyer, I would probably rather have somebody roll a hand grenade through my mail slot. Like, ooh.
So, dear counsel, first of all, when the court starts a letter with, as you know, oh, I can't. Oh,
As you know, is what a judge would write on the side of a bomb.
like I will, like you are just it's not gonna feel good. You're not gonna like it. Like this is gonna be so bad. Oh, okay. Continuing on. As you know, your names appear on the service list of a document filed with this court in this case. Our records, however, indicate that you are not members of the bar in the Southern District of Florida, pursuant to the local rule, which I will tell you is the rule everywhere.
Yeah. This is
In
not like,
federal
hey,
district court, I cannot file in a district where I am not barred. I cannot do that.
unless
I'm not
you're
allowed.
unless you've been permitted to appear pro hac vice.
Pro hoc vice, and you have to ask permission before you do it.
Yeah, that's not a I do it whenever I feel like it later. It's now somebody pointed out in the chat that there's the typo of M8Y.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. It's nothing.
Well, I'm just like
It's
I'm
nothing.
it's not a typo you're easily going to make because the 8 is nowhere near the A. But
It's
if
probably an autocorrect in PDF.
yeah, but I'm just thinking if a judge is sending out something that hasn't been proofread, that judge is pissed. Like, I'm not happy to see that typo. I'm actually even more more concerned because I'm like,
24
oh shit.
hours. Ian, this is 24 hours. This is 24 hours after the case was filed.
Yep. No, this is
No judge moves that fast.
Unless they're angry. And I can tell you, a judge can move faster angry than you can move scared.
It's better. It's better. Only members of this court district may appear as district. It's better. Oh, it's so terrible. In order to appear and participate in a particular case of this court, you must be an attorney who's a member in good standing of the bar of the United States of the highest court, blah, blah, blah. You're then required to file a written application. So you have to apply. You have to ask, can I please participate in your court? Because I'm participating in other courts that recognize that I'm allowed to do that. Can I please participate in your court? Because samesies. Like, it is not hard.
And usually those applications seem to be granted so long as you don't have like a lengthy disciplinary history and so forth, right?
But I mean, docket number 1, complaint. Docket number 4, the next day. Do you even go here? Oh, it's so great. It's so bad, but it's so great. So the judge properly denies their motion and request to say, can we please serve them via alternate means? The judge is like, no, don't particularly trust you. So you can follow the rules like everybody else. So denied. So motion denied. So you have to
Did
serve
they
Shaq.
seriously My Cousin Vinny themselves?
They completely screw themselves.
Oof.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep.
Creed, I see your comment. I'm going to be covering it on Monday.
Which one?
Afro Man.
Oh, we're gonna do that. Yeah.
Oh, you got that as well?
We
Awesome.
got it. No. We got to divide. This is the end for me. We got to divide.
Oh, good stuff.
Divide and conquer. I can't do all this stuff. Okay. So Shaq was served. How was he served? hang on. I want to check and make sure that if the process server filed their notice tonight, I want to make sure I can see it. Scroll. Next page on the docket. All the way to the bottom. They filed it. Hang on. Please tell me you have the freaking photos attached. You son of a bitch. Please tell me you did it. Tell me you did it. Did you do it? You didn't attach it.
Are you gonna have to go on Pacer?
No, I am on Pacer. They didn't attach it. Son of a bitch.
Oh, that sucks.
I was waiting because the thing is, with every other affidavit, they attach the photos. This is really upsetting because no one has this coverage. And Moskowitz was the only one to say that he had it. And it was acknowledged openly. This is really okay. So Shaq was served. And let me go ahead and prove to you that Shaq was served. Share the screen. Put it in the right window. We can do the things. We know how to do this. We are professionals. We are professionals. There we go.
Now they probably couldn't attach the photos because the photos were too large.
That's pretty good. So here's the affidavit that's filed today. So in the matter of Edwin Garrison versus Sam Bankman-Fried et al., which means and others. Magic City process servers caused to be served on Shaquille O'Neal at 601 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, which is the arena for the Miami Heat. So I hereby swear that I did this. Oh, this is great. They give a summary. Yes! Yay! They give a summary. Oh, this is fantastic. Hang on. I think I need the article. No, I don't need the article. Okay. Yeah, affidavit. I love affidavit. Sworn statement. It's fantastic. So here we go. Here's the summons. I served Shaquille O'Neal. Here is the summary. I gained lawful access into the arena at about 7:55 p.m. It sounds so dark when he starts that way. I then arrived in section 1.
I was going to say, when he says I gained lawful access, it makes me wonder if he actually snuck in through like a vent.
It's kind of creepy. I then arrived in section 123 facing the TNT stage at 8:31 p.m. Bro, 8:31? That's when I started my stream. No, 8:01 was when I started. At which point I found an empty seat and waited for the defendant to arrive. This is so creepy. The host of the TNT halftime show began to arrive at 8:50 p.m., which was halfway through the first quarter. The defendant arrived to the stage at 9:30 p.m. At that point, I positioned myself next to the TNT stage.
This sounds like a confession.
This is bad. I identified Shaquille O'Neal on the TNT stage from section 123.
He should have indicated how he was able to identify Shaquille O'Neal.
I think so too. Like he was the tall MFer. He was the tallest one of the group.
He was the only person who exceeded 7 feet, and therefore...
Yeah. There was a barrier between me and the defendant. Great sentence. Just great sentence. I was approximately 5 feet away from the defendant. Another great sentence. I love this. This is so dramatic. At which point I endorsed the 2 summonses with my initials, badge number, date, and time. We're almost there. I watched the live broadcast and waited until they all put their microphones down, which indicated they were into commercial break. How courteous.
That is courteous.
Then I proceeded to walk up to the barrier, which put me approximately about 5 feet away from Mr. O'Neal, leaned over the barrier, and dropped the documents in front of the broadcast desk. I then identified myself to Mr. O'Neal and informed him of the context of the documents. The defendant acknowledged and confirmed the service by gesturing with his hands. At which point the arena security escorted me out of the arena. Bro got escorted out.
I mean, he had to know that he was going to get escorted out, but I love the gestured with his hands. I would have loved to see more details on that.
Phenomenal writing. You, sir, A+. Great writing. Like, just straight to the point. All the details. That is awesome. I am so glad I pulled that up. That was filed. What time was that filed? Today. It was like tonight. Like, it was.
Wow.
You, sir. You know what? That's a set of cojones. Round of applause to you, Mr. Joseph R. Dion. Round of applause. That is above and beyond. Wow. My word. Because the thing is, Shaq's got a long reach. That's a dangerous point to be in.
Yeah, he should have said, I was 5 feet away, but it was clearly within his reach.
God. It was so much worse. So the funny thing is, immediately after that happens, I'm not kidding. He was on air during this broadcast or during when this happened. So he then has an opportunity with Steph Curry. So Shaq to Steph Curry after this gets dropped in his pocket. Can you hear that audio?
Yep.
Good.
You're my favorite player. I just want to say congratulations, my brother, and thanks for getting me in trouble. Don't say nothing. Yeah, be quiet.
Hey, Steph, I know the big match coming up in Vegas.
You're my favorite player. I just want to say.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, that was the wrong. Oh, that happened before the service? I thought that was afterwards.
I think it was afterwards. It was after. I think this is a misstatement. It was after that.
Because if it was after, then it's like, oh, now you've just admitted that you've received service.
Mm-hmm.
So stop self-snitching.
So here's some reporting. So Shaq was served with 2 complaints while broadcasting, between the Heat and the Celtics. In a statement shared with People, attorney Adam Moskowitz, who got that statement out, I saw every press corps. So his statements are getting out left, right, and center. The process server filmed. So, quote, the process server filmed the event to ensure there was no ambiguity, like Shaq has been arguing in the FTX case. Adding that the NBA legend had the process server kicked out of the venue after he was served. Properly so. I mean, yeah. The second complaint, according to the attorney, accuses TNT analysts of violating federal securities laws. Okay. You got some more about it. Now,
I mean, the flip side of this is that if you dodge service on something, you should expect that at some point they may serve you in a circumstance where you don't want.
And that's the thing. Yeah.
Like, I dealt with an individual who was really upset because they served him at work. And, that got a whole lot of, questions from his boss and his coworkers and so forth, right? They were like, hey, what the hell? And, but they tried to serve the guy at home several times and the guy just hadn't answered the door. So it's like, eventually they're going to show up at your work in order to, in order to come after you there. And somebody's asking, why is it okay to kick out the process server? They can kick out anybody they want.
Anyone they want.
Private property.
And it's private property. And plus, like, at that point in time, you are no longer a patron to the game. You're not a patron of the game. You're interfering with filming. You're interfering with broadcast. You're interfering with everything. That's you. Like he knew the processor was like, this
he
is
knew he
my
was getting-
last. He's like,
Yeah.
I'm getting kicked out. There we go.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there was no way
But-
that wasn't going to happen.
Epic writing, like epic writing. I gotta say, congrats on the writing style, dude. I love it. So PFT was the first organization to break it. NBC Sports. Shaquille O'Neal finally gets served in the lawsuit. So Moskowitz's commentary. He was personally provided the paper, so he cannot raise his absurd delay tactics, Moskowitz said. We watched the prior Heat Celtics game, so knew he would be in the outside broadcast booth where fans were right next door.
I don't like that.
Where it's like creepy. This is the part where it's like, really? Like there's a way to serve.
And here's the thing is that sometimes you can start opening up like cost doors that you'd rather not open. When you start alleging that somebody is interfering with the court process, right?
Yeah.
And so when you start saying like that this person is engaging in delay tactics, well, you got to ask, is the court going to agree that this is a delay tactic? Because if they're not, then they might agree that you should be punished for publicly saying that it's a delay tactic.
And everything I have seen about the attempts of service was just not delay. It was just You're not getting the Shaq. You're not getting the Shaq. You're not getting to Shaq.
Yeah, and you're not required to help people serve you.
No.
Like, if you're avoiding service, there can be various, consequences of that. But just like, I'm not helping you isn't avoiding service.
And me having private security is not avoiding service.
Yeah, I mean, a celebrity doesn't want to let some rando near them. Yeah.
I have documents that only Shaq can see. Oh, really? No. So yeah, that's the story. So anyways, what do y'all think? I like the reading. That was great. That was such a surprise. That's fantastic. Description of the person served. I didn't read that part. Age 51. That's accurate. Very. Sex male. Race/skin color black. Height 7'1". That's a tall MFer. Weight 325. I am not tangling with that person. Hair bald. Don't be so that. Why is that in all caps? That's aggressive. Glasses, yes.
He's like the only person to be denied a carry permit on the basis of he doesn't need one. It's like you're more lethal without it.
Yeah. Agree. So that's that's how we're gonna end tonight. That's great story. I'm glad you guys hung on for that one because holy crap. Like, wow, man. What a shit show of a complaint. That complaint is going down in flames. I'm just saying, based on what I've seen in the motion to dismiss, we'll see what happens. So,
yep.
M2HMGHB. Please be careful of ticks. It's Lyme disease season. You don't want it. I've had it at least 3 times and suffered to this day.
Yep.
Be very, very careful. Be very careful. When you go outside, tick check.
I am, well, and also like wear clothing that's going to make yourself tick resistant. You can do various things to keep them from climbing up your legs. It's helpful.
Sorry, 1 second. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Chris Cat Queen, tampons, as they absorb, they expand, thus adding compression as it feels not as much compression as you think. Battlefield technique, it is in a pinch. It is. Trust me, I'm a doctor, but yes, compression with gauze after that. Yeah, I can see your point. I can see Ian's point in a pinch, like battlefield triage kit. Yeah.
If you got nothing else, but if you got something else, do something else.
Do as much as you can, guys. Like there are some big courses. Please take them.
And for limb injuries, tourniquets. Tourniquets are a big thing.
Yeah, and they sell those pretty availably. So, Cheryl C. Rob, are you or Ian planning to cover the Murdoch updates? a.m. and Corey Fleming federal indictments, please. Possible repercussions in is Fleming cooperating? I will take a look. I haven't seen anything this week, but I will take a look. Ian, so from Torrin, Ian, your braid will be shipped in the morning. Thanks to you and Rob for all the support growing my channel. Have a good evening. Torrin has a phenomenal channel, and honestly, the dude is remarkably crafty.
Oh, watching his his work on creating that braid, I was like, oh man, that is impressive.
And it's Torrin 3 on YouTube, right? It's not.
Yep.
It's Torrin 3.
Yeah,
I tried to search Torrin once; it didn't work.
Yeah, it's not Torrin 1.
So,
it's not Torrin 0. It's not Torrin 2.
Yeah. So type in Torrin 3, Torin 3 on YouTube, and you can see the braiding technique. Really crafty guy. So please do that, guys. Give him a follow. Ryman YYC, thank you very much. Zora has a solid case for per se defamation, being accused of criminal offense. S430 of the criminal code. Oh,
Zora is
Ryman
defamation proof.
YYC. False. No.
Zora is defamation proof.
I will win this case.
Her reputation is of a maker of mischief.
You have defamed her, sir. We will
a
get
cute maker of mischief, but a maker
Yes.
of mischief.
Yes, that's fair. Truffle Hound, more farm joy. Check DM again. I will. Let's see. What do we have?
Generous, you're wrong about this point. Whoops.
We have sausages and beverages. Aplenty.
I can tell you, burglars know the places people stash stuff. And I have seen a number of files where like tampon boxes have been scattered out over the floor because people know. I can talk about some of the places people search and so forth, but the places you think are places that burglars already know.
Yeah.
So
Truffle Hound just is making me like hungry and like I don't. Yeah, that's I want a snack. I need food. Thank you, Truffle Hound. Carson Pratt. So how's it going? Keeping the stream under 3 hours? Fail. I knew I would. Joshua Ten Hog. We love the long streams, but you and Ian have to L&D tomorrow morning and get some sleep. I'm going to do my best. Thank you, Joshua. Opposite of amnesia. That is what Ian and I both have. Shaq came to my bar when he was in my city for a golf tourney. He tips very well, and his whole crew was very polite. See?
Awesome.
I told you.
We like Shaq.
Awesome. Yes. Simply, Cheryl, when do you think the FTX case will move forward instead of him being on a definite bond? Has SPF ever been arraigned yet? Yes, he's been arraigned. It's set to go to trial in October. So, yes, we're waiting for that to go to trial. Thank you, Simply Cheryl. Heather Sparrow, I met Shaq at a casino event last year, did photos with him. I'm 5'4" and was just below his movies. He was a gem and so nice. Yes, that's awesome to hear. See, all the things are resounding compliments. Kristen M96, Shaq also helps kids who have issues with shoes. Yes, I know that. He has a shoe line at Walmart, so they're affordable instead of like others that cost more. He also will buy shoes for whole schools and school districts. I know.
I've also heard of like kids who, you get kids who are like Shaq's size, like big kids, and they're like, I need a shoe, but not. And I've heard that like Shaq's company will be like, we will custom make you a shoe, kid who can't afford shoes. And that is super awesome.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Lindsay, thank you very much. Google came through with the pics of Shaq and the cowboy hat. Sent my favorite to you on Twitter DMs. I will pull up what I have. This is I think this is AI generated. It has to be. If this is can someone confirm? I'm going to show this photo. Can someone confirm whether this is AI or not, please? Like, I feel like this is AI. No, the shadow line is too.
I feel like that's not AI. AI probably wouldn't put in the detail.
Small.
AI probably wouldn't put in the detail of his mic pin.
You're probably right. That hat looks. And the thing is, I said it was so small. The hat is like a normal hat, but it's like
That's probably a hat that you could put Kurt's head in. But the thing is,
man.
it might be photoshopped. So that's a possibility.
Such a big dude. He's also still just a big dude.
Yeah, I just see people saying it's Photoshop. I don't think it's
It might
AI, but Photoshop is still a thing.
It might be. Birds, last try. Darn you, VPN. Hey, they're good for something. Hey, guys, do lawyers really work long hours? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Do the working long hours lessen as you get more advanced in your career? No, they
Maybe.
get worse.
Depends. There are some partners who barely work.
That's true.
I'm not one of them.
I'm not
so-
either. Like, they just get worse. You just need more time for all the things. Yeah.
Basically,
They
you
really
learn
do.
to give up sleep and recreation.
Or you just give up sleep and you leave the recreation, just go to sleep for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Stephanie 1208, thank you. Rob, please review the DM I sent you on Instagram. How is the judge able to deny defense subpoenas to help her actually put forth a defense? I will check that out in the morning. I get around DMs on the weekends mostly.
I'm bad at checking my everything.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the context. I will give a check though. I promise. I do get to those.
I mean, sometimes people want to subpoena people who have no connection to anything. And I mean, there was a case in Canada where the guy tried to subpoena Trudeau.
Yeah, you can't subpoena everybody. That's the
I
thing.
actually
like,
thought
you
that one
can't-
should have been allowed because Trudeau was the complainant. The guy threw gravel at Trudeau and he wasn't allowed to subpoena Trudeau. So I'm like, that should have been allowed.
My
I
laptop
think.
is struggling with DMs right now. I'll take a look at that in the morning. I will. I promise. Heather, maybe the lawyer is not registered with the bar because he's from eternity. Did anyone check if he has Post-it in his wallet that says lawyer written on it? I don't know, Heather, but that's a great plug for Lawyers and Dragons, which will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. my time, which means I need to get to bed. And how opportune a time for this to come as we have reached the end of our stories for the evening. We are actually, yes, it's 4 hours, 22 minutes. I'm sorry. I apologize for nothing. It's not the longest stream. It's not the shortest stream. So thank you guys for joining in. Really appreciate it. Ian, as always, thank you very much, my friend.
Oh, it's always a pleasure being here.
I love it. Monday,
will-
we're going to talk about a bunch of cases.
I will probably not get to sleep right away. So I might like throw on, I don't know, maybe I'll pop on somewhere and do some leather work. I don't know. I want to work on this a little longer.
Okay. You do that.
So-
I made my pen. I made my pen tonight. I have accomplished what I want to do today. Like, I have my pen. That was my goal. And then my goal is sleep and Lawyers and Dragons. So
I'm
But
still
Ian-
on, like, I'm on the wrong time. My body's like just got caught up with Scotland time, and now I'm switching back. So right now it feels like the middle of the day.
that sucks.
Tomorrow, Lawyers and Dragons is going to feel like the middle of the night.
It's fine. You and I don't sleep during any of those times, though.
That is true. What I'm probably going to do is have a nap, wake up, do Lawyers and Dragons, be particularly spicy Gimlet because I am tired. I'll either be spicy Gimlet or quiet Gimlet, depending on how tired I am. And then I will sleep for a bit, and then I'm on Moffat on Money later on in the day.
Yep.
So it's going to be a big day.
Yep.
And I have to write a factum.
Oh, should I do before we leave? Should I do didn't we save the trailer somewhere for Lawyers and Dragons? Where's the trailer?
I don't know.
Did David post it? He did. Topics.
I mean, all I've got is
My swoop.
I mean, there's also a certain video, but
There.
I'm not going to press that button.
Don't you dare press that button. You will get a swift kick to the jaw. I mean, I laughed my ass off. I almost died.
That was funny as heck.
I don't think I've ever seen you laugh like that. Like the mischievous laugh was something I haven't seen before. It was dark. It was really dark. Wait, he said in the Discord.
funny.
It was a Discord. Where's the Discord? Rule of law. Where are pro topics? Where's the LND?
How loud is that tapping?
Not that bad.
Okay.
It's the hype reel. David, you're killing me, bro. Like, I know you have it. That's getting worse.
Okay. I will mute and then tap.
Where is the intro? Lee Drake, you have it. I know you do. Can you send it to me? Lawyers and Dragons. There we go. See if I can't find the intro, because I have to find the freaking intro. Because I'm not like just delaying this for my own shits and giggles. It's actually really, really good. David puts a lot of time into it.
Didn't he post it to Twitter?
I tried to find it on Twitter. I couldn't find it immediately. It's driving me nuts. This is why I'm going crazy right now, because I know I've seen it like 9 million times. And I'm like, why do I not have it saved? Found it.
And no, I mean cola. But not booze.
Found the link. Paste and go. Pause the screen. Full screen.
Oh yes, I might drink hot sauce.
Big screen. Yes, you drink hot sauce all the time. It's weird, but it's okay. We're fine.
Oh, that's something else I'm going to do on Monday. Is do a. I've got a video of my hot sauce taste testing.
Mhm.
But I'll play my first taste test and then I'll do another one on stream.
Yeah. So, Echoes of Eternity, the opening titles. Please tell me the volume works. Does it work?
Yep.
Good.
Hey, I know that guy.
Oh, that's me.
I know that guy too.
I know him.
Yes.
This gets dark. No! I hate you, internet. Are you kidding me right now? I will break things.
What you got to do is download the video and then upload it as. So you know what I was thinking during that? I was thinking
trouble.
Gimlet would steal those cups.
I'm in trouble. Like I'm thinking like there's I can murder my way out of things, but like I'm in trouble.
I mean, Gimlet's just like, I'd steal those cups.
These are problems. This is great. I can't wait. This is so much fun. So much fun. Oh.
Yeah, I'm thinking that will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be great. Don Leinhart, thank you. I'm a bit behind. I'm Joe. Can confirm shotgun equals bad.
Yep, straight up.
Fair point. All right. Thank you guys and everyone that was here throughout. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for Lawyers and Dragons.
You got to check. Are there more gifted memberships?
There are. Thank you.
Because
for
I know
reminding me,
somebody who
buddy.
would hunt me down if I didn't mention that.
I know, and it's completely fair that they would do so because they do a great job at starring all of them. Going on. Deborah Blue, thank you for the member chat. Sending love and blessings to all. Thank you very much for the love and blessings. Lindsay, coming up on a year of memberships this summer. Trust me, I've got stuff in the works. Some of the pens that are giving away, I just have to get them all made. Joy WRN, member for 5 months. So happy to be a member of this community. Thank you very much. Time Lords, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Nashe Jones. Oh, hey, 2 months. I like this place. I'm glad you like this place. That's what we aim to do. That's what I aim to do. It's a comfortable place for everybody. Valerie Storm, thank you. I'll be at Edmonton soon. Would love to see Runkle there. Valerie Storm. Yep.
Shoot me a DM. We can see if we can make something happen.
Yep. Here for years. I'm here for the law talk, not the blood. Agreed. 70H, would you consider showing us your wine cellar? I need to clean it, but yes, I will show you guys at some point. I really do. Lynn Britton, thank you very much. Y'all have
Why
saved
clean
my
it? Do you mean
sanity.
drink it all?
No, I actually have to clean it. Like actually, there's dust. Like
Do you see
are,
the background here?
Ian, there are 2 slabs of walnut that are 11 feet long that fit nowhere else in my house, and they go into the wine cellar, which leaves the door ajar, which means all the dust from the shop got into the cellar.
Oh,
I have to
fair
figure out
enough.
a way to get out of that. So I think a leaf blower is going to be the way.
No, that'll get it all into the rest of your house. You need a shop vac.
I don't care. I need it out of the cellar.
You need a shop vac.
So
shop vac.
Lynn Britton, thank you so much. Y'all have saved my sanity so much since our ST4CA Junior. Since our Saint for CA Junior. Lynn, I'm trying, my dear. I'm glad that we're helping save sanity.
I'm trying, Your Honor. I'm trying.
I am trying, Your Honor. I am. Yeah, I'll try. My best to you, my dear. Cheryl C, see you all tomorrow for L&D. Thank you very much for that. Y'all, that is Rob has 4 shop vacs and a dust collector. Trust me, all the shop vacs. Don't worry about it. I got it. I also have leaf blowers. Don't worry about it.
I've got 2 shop vacs, so
I have 4. I have 4 shop vacs, so we're fine. I'll figure it out. All right, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. Please like the stream before you go. Leave a comment. Love to hear from all of you. Keep an eye out for the next member stream on Monday. Ian is going to have his Monday Fun Day. Great time. Please tune in. I think he's doing it 8 p.m. Eastern time. So please tune into that. And
we've got some really crazy, crappy legal filings, and we're going to laugh at them. We've got some developments in Canadian law. We've got all sorts of fun stuff, but there should be some fun things to laugh at. So yeah. I also have to record a video tonight, hopefully for each of my channels, but I kind of feel like just doing this, so I'll probably just do this instead.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And then as I was saying that, I did see that Lynn Britton clarified stage 4. Since our stage 4, I think that look.
Yeah, no, that's rough. What is it? And somebody was saying, am I on again on Monday? Yes, there will be. The only reason I missed Monday before was I was in a plane on the way to Scotland.
Yep.
So, and I couldn't really give too many details because basically the people didn't want anyone crashing the service. So I was sort of sparsing out details so that nobody would have time to crash anything. Yeah.
And to Lynn, to you, my dear, and that family, as you go through that, keep your head up. Okay? Just keep your head up.
Yeah, it's
tough.
There's way too much bad news out there these days.
There is, but we can also have fun amidst that bad news. We can still make life a good and fun place. And that's what we're here for. So, to all of you guys, thank you so much for being here. And I appreciate all of you. To Ian, to Kurt, those who tuned in, thank you again. Have a wonderful weekend. Make it the best ever. Have a great holiday weekend for those of you in the States celebrating Memorial Day. And to everybody else, I'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern time for Lawyers and Dragons. Ian, I bid you good evening, my friend. And let's wrap this up.
And see you tomorrow morning.
Night, guys.